What's up, everybody? Ah, all right. Uh, all right, let's fold that, fold that. Could have tweaked the camera stuff a bit. It's not looking quite right. I guess that's a bit better, but all right, let's go. Hope everyone's doing well. Here I've got the weak top pair, defended the big blind. Here we'll go for the half pot river bet. If he raises, I'll definitely call. Expecting decent amount of bluff raises there on Bovada. All right, let's jack it up. Hey, with my... Okay, so I 3-bet down here. Let's go ahead and stab. Up here, this is like a mix here with the 3-bet or sorry, 4-bet or fold. This time I rolled a fold, so we'll give it to him this one time. Oh shit! um... Okay, let's go for the squeeze up here. What's up, MSU? Good to see you. I told the truth for once. Probably the multi-stream thing. I'm kind of afraid to play music for too long on fucking YouTube. They're ridiculous about taking stream down and stuff, even if it's some random violin song. Well, you tried and you succeeded, good sir. Let's see here. So, yeah, there is a it is showing my stream on. I don't know how the chat thing works on Twitter. Not sure exactly how that works. I don't know how the chat works on there. Hopefully nobody's too out of line on there. All right, let me see. I can bring up my goddamn. Okay. I think I'll just flat here this time. Get that middle pair. I didn't even notice that this guy was so short, but obviously it doesn't really matter with this hand. Up here, this is like a mix here with the three bet or sorry, hold on, I had the audio going on the YouTube version. All right. So I hit my awesome little two pair on the fourth straight here, but oh, are you fucking kidding? Look at this bullshit. All right, hold on. Wait. All right, yeah. Obviously, I'm folding my two pair. Sorry, I was trying to get the yeah. There, it's fixed now. Some of my settings are screwed up because I haven't streamed in so long. I even modded on 4 other streams in my absence. God damn. Look at this shit. These fucking guys are going crazy up here, man. What the fuck? Oh yeah, yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, everything gets a little fucking off. No, I've got the multi-stream thing going on YouTube and on Twitter actually. So this should be interesting. Damn, it says I have 9 viewers on Twitter. That's fucking sick. It's like paid to get that fucking higher tier Twitter thing where it boosts you in the algorithm. So maybe that actually works. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. Nobody used to see my posts. That's for damn sure. Sometimes I think that's a good thing, though. And we got lots of fun videos to watch tonight and stuff. We're way behind on poker drama content. We'll wait till some people get in here. Down here we got the nines, get 3-bet, definitely calling. Uh, yeah, for the half high, I'm just gonna fold on this board. Playability not the best. All right, we got the nice little ace king here against a fish who has auto fold on, unfortunately. But maybe this other fish will call. And the greatest card ever. And of course the flush card comes in and he donks out. Obviously, versus somebody with like half a stack, I just have to like click call, but like it's not great, obviously. LOL Bovada. LOL Bovada. I think up here, two against two players, jack pairs, and then the flush comes in as check back. Bro, what the fuck are they calling the flop with? Jesus Christ. Yo, Sun Bacon in the house. What's up, Sun Bacon? Yeah, I wouldn't lie to you guys, would I? I know I said I was gonna stream last night and then I fucking fell asleep and woke up at like almost 2 a.m., so that didn't work. Gotta gotta start rebuilding my audience, you know? I was doing well, like before I took a couple months off here, so oh look at that lovely card. Good to see you, man. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you're talking to Sun Bacon, lol. It'll be so interesting to see if anybody like fucking shows up on the YouTube streets. All right, we've got King Jack 7 against a fish. Let's check back and then we'll get two streets. This guy seems to be playing like pretty face up. Just like check folds when he doesn't have anything. I mean, I assume at some point he'd be bluffing, but thus far. Let's see. All these guys have like 3-bet. This guy could jam. I think I just fold here. Oh, look at this shit, man. Games seem to be good tonight. All right, let's jack it up here. This donk is so annoying, to be honest. I always lose to that LMAO. All right, let's go ahead and start firing away up here. We would have fired river as well. Oh, yeah, the 310. Oh, I don't need to get back in the fucking gym. I look like a fucking pufferfish. Jesus fucking Christ. Actually, it's mainly my fucking diet. I ate pizza today. Blows the fuck out of me. Um, I'll risk it here. This guy, I don't know. It's probably not. It's kind of bad because this guy's gonna be squeezing a fair bit here. Since this guy's a fish, I think I'll just go ahead and complete here. I don't really think it's that great to be like ISO raising out of position with like the pseudo connectors and like the small blinds. Um, let's see. Up here, this guy fires into 4 players. You were getting like close to 100 viewers before you left. Yeah, I know. Show up on my poker table instead. Oh god, here we go again. I have a hard time folding to Sun Bacon. He's been showing me all kinds of bluffs. All kinds of bluffs. Seems like every time I don't play for a while and then I come back, there's some fucking new crazy stuff the Jurigen puts on the overlay. Too hard to get in the same table. Just open sit like an ACR private room. One of these days we should do we should definitely do like an ACR game or something. That'd be interesting. With like stream viewers only. The challenge, Jesus Christ. There's no challenge right now. I haven't even streamed for months. And here I am, so that's a good start. Yeah, I'm just trying to get myself to playing regularly again. I haven't played in a long time. Big fella, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, big fella. Yeah, I was getting 100-ish like pretty routinely. Oh, I wish I would have stuck with it at this point. I don't know though. I was just so burned out. Like I made a bunch of money in crypto real fast, and then I just like had no interest in had no interest in playing for. I was just sick of it for a while there. happens from time to time. Usually, like what happens, I go like super hard for like 6 to 8 months, and then like need to take a break. Um, let's go like size down a little bit. Oh shit. This is one of those like super annoying spots where I feel like if I bet small, like he could just like um do some gigantic check raise with like hands that chop or whatever. But like I'm probably just I don't know, like I don't that's probably too nitty to check back, but yeah, that's probably too nitty to check back. That was probably pretty bad. Um yeah, we're calling. Yeah, that was bad. Don't do that at home, guys. Good luck with that challenge. That's harder than winning 100 buy-ins. Oh man, yeah, it's been God. Yeah, like I was gonna. There was one day I tried to stream Diablo and my PC kept crashing, and then I figured out that it was like graphics card related. Just settings were too high for this for my PC with the stream going at the same time. Shout out to Sun Bacon for filling me in on that. This is usually three bet. With this guy's stack size, I'm not like a super big fan of it. Hey, bro, good to see you back. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you as well, Crumb. I'm going. I'm really going to do my best to um, hit it hard for the rest of the month. So I'm going to do my best. King Queen definitely going to be three betting. Ace Jack when I'm under the gun is a fold. Hey, let's fire away here, bro. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Um, Simulation, thank you so much for the sub. Um, or the resub. Yeah, I don't think he has the big enough stack side. I don't think I have implied. I think I'm just fucked. Pretty fucked there. I mean, I have implied odds. Obviously, if I hit, I'm stacking him every time, but I don't have enough to draw to a gut shot for that size with his remaining stack size. It's not like unless I had some read that he's going to be check folding the river like a huge amount, and I just don't expect a fish to do that whenever he donks the turn. It's the crew. The crew is here. Sim, MSU, Sun Bacon, Crumbs. And we got the fucking set too. Let's go ahead and slow play. Yeah, probably be river, check jam. It's good. I think he checks back, a lot of the ace-x stuff on the turn and then best the river with it for. Oh wow, he fucking checked back ace jack. That's crazy. That's if he's checking back ace jack there, I definitely need to be um, value betting because he's just not betting thin enough. Like he may not even. Who fucking knows? He might be something that he may not even be like value betting like ace queen or something. 3.5 EV 3-bet rake becomes so meh. All right, let's jack it up. What you drinking? Say protein shake thing. Well, that's not what I wanted to see on the turn, guys. Not gonna lie. So, Jared, I got all kinds of stuff. Got a Celsius energy drink. Made sure I didn't fall asleep. Got my like hydration mix, all the electrolytes and shit. And then I just got the regular water bottle as well. What I don't have is Fireball. Thank God. Min raise here. Gotta go ahead and call. Gotta go ahead and call, man. What's the key to doing well in crypto? Oh, that's always tricky. I would say dollar cost averaging. At dollar cost, as boring as that is, that's definitely the best way. So like what dollar cost averaging is, like you just start buying Bitcoin and then you just put like, whatever amounts every paycheck into it. And over time, it'll just become like sort of like a retirement account or a savings account or whatever. And it just explodes over time. That's a good way to do it if you don't want to deal with like all the swings of trading, which can be stressful as fuck. But of course, what I was doing was the stressful as fuck shit with learning how to like trade with leverage and stuff. Just not recommended. Um, but I did really well. I went on like a super sick run, and then I started getting chopped up, so I quit. I quit I haven't traded in like 3 or 4 months really. I've just been dollar cost averaging. buying Bitcoin, holding it, and okay, I have like one of the Bitcoin runes coins. It's fucking it's fucking penguin coin. Um, this guy dogs under me. I'm just gonna fold. I don't really have much else I can do. I was like pocket eight. What the fuck? What a net. Hey, we got the kings. But yeah, the leverage stuff is like so easy to get wrecked. I got wrecked in 2018 and again in like 2020, 2021-ish. Before I realized the error of my ways and started following risk management. Yeah, you don't want to be trading that. You really don't want to be trading any. You don't want to be touching leverage right now at all, in my opinion. In crypto, like right now, it's just like the worst time possible to be trading leverage because it's just chopping sideways. Like it's been chopping sideways since like March or something. Between just ranging between like 60K and 71K. So yeah, it's really bad to trade leverage right now, unless you're like a god trader, and I'm definitely not a god trader. Another thing that helps is there's several communities I joined to learn like trading strategies and stuff, like paid groups. Not a like a signal group. It's not like a group that like gives trading signals. Most of those are scams. It's a group where some like really good traders, teach their trading systems basically. It's called the Haven. I was a member there for a few months. Learned a lot of really good stuff. There's a lot of good traders on there. This guy named Pierre, um, Krillin, Loma, Trader Main, and Cold Blooded Schiller. They're all beasts. Especially Loma. Loma is probably like of all those guys, Loma is probably like the illest. Well, they're all like millionaires, so they all do really well. But it's hard. It is really hard. I will say, if you're looking for like somebody that actually knows how to like trade crypto, it's actually like really hard to find. It's hard to find like the people that are actually like uh good at trading and not scammers. There's a lot of like charlatans and scammers. If you ever watch somebody on like a trading channel and you see anything about a fucking Lambo or them flashing dollars around or anything like that or any kind of mansions or anything like that, fucking run. Fucking run. They're fucking scamming you. Because the guys that are actually like killing it are just like fucking nerds and they don't even none of them even show themselves on camera because it makes them uncomfortable or whatever. I mean, but that's not like a good that could be to be a scammer too. I guess what I'm trying to say is like it's hard to know who to trust in crypto. It really is. Like I feel like you have to learn like some amount of knowledge to be able to recognize who knows what the fuck they're talking about. It's pretty much similar to poker in that regard, actually. Not gonna lie, a lot of the people talk about crypto on Twitter seem like lucky goofballs or showing their losses. Absolutely, that's a huge problem. Huge problem. Huge fucking problem. Most of the people on Twitter Like you'll never see somebody post a losing trade. You'll almost never see somebody post a losing trade on Twitter. It's always they always seem to have gotten at the bottom and sold the top every single time. And then the one time they don't, they disappear from the internet for like 3 years because they're broke. That's usually the way it is. And if you see somebody post a losing trade on Twitter, there's more of a like people like that's more of a likelihood that you should trust them. As funny as that is. You never just like in like so many other things, like man, you don't want to be the guy that's like I'm trying to remember the exact quote, but there's like a quote that's like you should be afraid of the guy that's never made a mistake type of thing because usually their mistake is going to be like massive when it actually gets exposed because everybody's making mistakes all the time. So if somebody's never made a mistake, they're probably making a mistake that nobody's caught yet or something along those lines. It's doing like more damage than. Of course, you don't want to keep someone around if they keep making the same mistake. Down here. Oh, this guy is nitty as fuck. I think I'm just gonna fold because he's so nitty. I mean, this is absolutely a call, but he's 16-13, like and never three bet. I'm just gonna fold. Because like he may just only have like aces and kings or queens, ace king. I think you need to be able to like take some hands away with the 4-5 suited, even though you have position to make it profitable. Um, yeah, so like it's really hard to like it's hard to not get scammed on Twitch or on crypto Twitter. Like there's the guy everyone talks about. His name's like Ansem. Don't really know like I mean this guy. Jeez, I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money trading. Um, but I don't know. It seems like a couple of times I've noticed whenever he posts about something, it seems like maybe he's using that post to like, and I have no, this is all alleged, potentially like offload some of his supply. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I think he's a good trader, but like, cause I mean, my God, it'd be hard not to do that, cause like he has such a huge following on Twitter that if he posts any coin, it's gonna jack the price up. And if you that's so much power to have. Because if you're already in a coin and you can just post that you like this coin and then the price goes up like 20%, I think it would be easy to talk yourself into thinking that it would be ethical to take some profits, right? I mean, God, I don't know. That's such a I don't know. That's an ethical dilemma if there ever was one. You just learned who Ansem was yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, he's probably the most popular guy on crypto Twitter right now. Sample of success you require from someone to see if they're any good, like in poker. Say someone's good if they can win like 200k hands or whatever. Yeah, there's a way to calculate win rate in trading. So when you set up a trade, calculating your position size based on a few factors, and typically those factors are you take the equation of your bankroll times the percent of your bankroll that you're willing to lose divided by the distance from your entry of your position to your stop loss. And that'll give you a number for what your position size is. Should be. Now, you take the distance from your entry position to your stop loss and the distance from your entry position to your profit target goal. And you want the profit target to be 2 to 3 times the distance from your entry to your stop loss. And that would be what they would call, so if it's 3 times, so if you enter at $5 and your profit target is hold on a second, trying to get a good example here off the top of my head. Okay, so let's say, so you enter at $5 and your profit target is 550 and your stop loss is let's say 480 $4.80 or something. So you would have like that would be about what, like 4%. So you would have like a 2.5. I'm probably doing the math wrong, but you would have about a 2.5 R, what they would call a 2.5 R trade, I believe, something like that. Because when you're winning, you're making 10%. When you're losing 4%. Yeah. Hopefully, I did that mostly correct. I'm just trying to come up with an example off the top of my head. Um, 38 hand sample. How can I not call 5-4 of clubs there? And you could. You definitely could. I think most people would. I'd be calling against like almost every player at the table. I don't think you have to necessarily. It's not like something I'm folding very often. He's literally the only player at that entire table that I would fold that to. It's funny when I watch you some crypto video, their suggestion is you should stay alive no matter what happens. You don't hear that kind of stuff from stocks guys. Yeah, yeah. The stocks guys are, that's another thing. Like a lot of them are scammers in general, I would say. There's all these guys, oh, you can make 1% a day if you just follow my easy strategy plan. Like that, the fuck is that guy's name? It's goofy Ricky Simmons or some shit like that. Ricky something. He sells some kind of a course. I've seen videos of CoffeeZilla on the guy. But Zaphos brings up a good point that you should make like super massive in general. You shouldn't make like super massive folds when you don't have much of a sample. But the more extreme the stats are in one direction, I find the more likely that there's like some accuracy to them. To disrupt the poker too much. No, that's like the fun of Twitch, right? Yeah, you can make like pretty precise plays sometimes. Like it's not. I mean, it's still fine. Obviously, it's still fine to call the 4-5 suited there. But like I have it as like, just in general, I have it as a mix. So, in my opening ranges, we're defending that when I open in the cutoff and get 3-bet out of the blinds. So I have it as a mix, and the stats are like pretty nitty like that. I usually just pure fold it, or not. I don't always, but like I lean towards that. Like I usually lean towards just folding it. And then like if they're super aggro, I lean towards like more calling it. And if they have like standard reg stats, then I just do the roll. That's kind of how I look at it. And then over time, it kind of works out to about where it should. Innocent talking about Dobby. Yeah, I understand how that looks really nitty. Most people just play their ranges and don't care. They just fucking play the ranges, and that's fine. I saw from watching or learned from watching some of the Stefan Sontheimer videos on Poker Code was that you can make huge deviations pre-flop based on stat size. Now, obviously, he's playing PokerStars Zoom, so he has more hands in general than I do on Bovada. Which is definitely a factor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so. I mean, and the guy could be card dead mostly. It was only 38 hands or 39 hands, or I think. Yeah, yeah. For the dude to have jacks plus an ace king, and I mean, at this point, it's looking like that's probably the case. Although that's hindsight 2020 now. As we have 56 hands and he's still 16-15 with 4. He's only 3-bet that one hand. Um, I mean, you have to be careful making um, huge deviations, but like I said, the nittier they are, or like the more aggro they are, the less of a sample you need to kind of put them in some kind of a box with like a decent probability. All right, let's get some fucking poker drama shit going. I saw Doug Polk's got some. He's been firing some shots, so let's see what we got here.
This just
All right. Look at this shit. Get fucking cold forward. It's the guy with the 6-3 bet here. Okay. I mean, obviously 31 hands, but yeah, obviously not just fucking not gonna fuck around and find out there. Hi, I'm about even on this session. If I'm about even on the session, I fold. If I'm about bigger down, big I call. Yeah, well, that's another way to look at it. This is a weird one here because I think I have to call, but it's not great because I could get squeezed out of here easily. Uh, all right, Doug. Let's find out about this WSOP cheater.
in. Breaking news. Our top story. Wait, hold on. This isn't actually news. People have been cheating at the tables
No,
for years now.
No, it's a fake out. I was hoping it was a real drama. God damn it, Doug. Why you gotta do us like that, Doug?
And I'm not
That
talking about just
fucking
GTO
clickbait
Wizard.
shit.
In fact, there was cheating going on since, well, probably as far back as poker goes. Sure,
I like
we've
the
all
small
seen
bet there on the river.
content about the biggest cheating stories over the last few years, mainly because you watch my channel. But cheating has originated in poker so long ago. In fact, there are many, many stories from the Wild West gambling saloon days where people would cheat knowing that they could get killed for doing so. In fact, even in one of poker's largest films, we saw
Caught a hanger,
scenes where
Sarge.
some main characters engaged in this cheating practice.
Caught a hanger, Sarge.
The reality is, with money at stake, people are going to be willing to do whatever it takes to get that edge. But that's where this story comes up, and it's certainly an interesting one.
This fucking guy's
Lately,
bad
we've
here. It's
started to
crazy.
see pictures or videos make the rounds where players have software on their phone showing what to be doing pre-flop in hands when it gets to them. With the World Series of Poker back in full swing, we're starting to see these stories once again come back up. In fact, this recent post from James Chen, Chip Burglar, said, caught a guy on GTO
Oh my
Wizard in
God.
the World Series of Poker 1K Mystery Millions, Flight A.
He just fucking got
First
there on
photo was
his
taken
ass.
at Paris, white section, table 194 at 5:39. I like the attention to detail, guys. This picture was not taken around 6. This picture was taken at 5:39. Anyway, despite the privacy screen protector, you can make out the GTO Wizard login screen. Second photo is
Uh-oh,
for
I'm scared of that king.
identification. More details below. James went on to tell the rest of his story. There was some back and forth with the player.
God
who
damn it,
defended
these
himself,
fucking nits.
and ultimately, James went on to
How
say
do you not bluff that?
stuff like this isn't easy to spot, especially
Fucking
with privacy
ace
screen
jack
protectors.
checks back.
And in his next tournament, the floor person wouldn't know that he received a prior warning. It's too easy to get away with. Poker needs a database that tracks players' warnings and penalties.
God damn it, I wasn't even watching the video.
9. I like the attention to detail, guys. This picture was not taken around 6. This picture was taken at 5:39. Anyway, despite the privacy screen protector, you can make out the GTO Wizard login.
Oh, this is the guy using GTO Wizard at the table, okay.
For identification. More details below. James went on to tell the rest of his story. There was some back and forth with the player who defended himself, and ultimately James went on to say that stuff like this isn't easy to spot, especially with
GTO Wizard for tournaments is like way more useful for live cash than GTO Wizard for cash would be. You know, because you can enter around like all the relevant stack size and stuff that you're likely to play against and stuff like that. Or you could just be sitting there like running sims like in between hands. What do I do if I get in a hand with this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, or like that would be way more useful than because like in live cash, if you guys would play live cash, like you like you know, you'll have like a straddle and like fucking giant raise and 4 callers or whatever. It's way different than online, so
privacy screen protectors.
harder to use it.
And in his next tournament, the floor person wouldn't know that he received a prior warning. It's too easy to get away with. Poker needs a database that tracks players' warnings and penalties. A lot to unpack here, but I want to start off with saying it appears to me from reading this that he had not yet even actually gone into the software yet. So maybe jumping the gun a little bit here on a full Twitter witch hunt. Don't get me wrong. If you guys want to get your pitchforks out, that's your right. But I feel like, at least for me personally, if I was going to blast someone this hard on social media,
shit.
I probably would have waited for them to actually do the thing that
Table with
you're
4%
saying
three.
they're
That
going to
guy
do.
seems terrible. Yeah.
Just makes a little more sense to me. To have a better conversation
Why am
on
I
this
even there? I
topic,
don't
we need
know.
to understand the history when it comes to using assistants while you play.
Look at this
When I
guy.
started playing poker, many people used pre-flop charts. In fact,
51,
it was
31.
highly encouraged that players do so because it helped you execute the strategy that you wanted to play. Now, back then it was a bit different. We didn't have actual computer solutions. You were just executing the version of what you thought was correct given those spots. Over time, as the solutions became stronger,
limped in pre.
the newer way of looking at this is any assistance
He's just
from
fucking
something that is not
blasted.
your
We're
own
just gonna
brain is real-time assistance,
call him
and
down.
thus is cheating and should not be allowed at the tables. Now, even still, over the last few years, we've seen things like when I played my challenge versus Negreanu, where we both agreed to be able to use pre-flop charts. So I do think that as long as everyone's on the same page, then it's fine. If people all know and are allowed to use charts, that seems okay. And if we're going to have a strict clean, no one can use them, which seems the most appropriate for live poker, then that's fine too. When I won my first World Series of Poker bracelet, at one point at level 3 or something like that, I was down to just 4 big blinds. At which point, someone had a printed out sheet of jam ranges.
I don't have
the
sorry guys.
short stack. And before every hand, I'd announce to the table.
Didn't have
what
it on
hand I'd be
the
jamming
other
where.
table here.
We all
There we
laughed
go.
and made fun of my pitiful 4 big blind stack. Obviously, I didn't think I was cheating because I probably wouldn't have been announcing it at the table or doing it if I had thought that I was. I ended up doubling up a couple of times and I won the tournament, and the rest is history. As conversation began to swirl in the poker world, we saw the World Series of Poker respond, saying, quote, if caught using
That's
RTA
breathing.
GTO software during a hand, player will be subject to penalty up to and including DQ
Oh,
disqualification.
I messed up here. It's probably not a
/
call.
trespass. WSOP said in a
I'm
prepared
sure it's okay.
statement.
This guy doesn't 3
We
betting.
reserve the
Over
right to further
76 hands
penalize a
and 3
player
bet a
for
single
using
time. It's
RTA,
actually
GTO in any other
4-4 is
situation
definitely a
in
call
our
here, I would
sole
say.
and absolute discretion. Players may continue to use their device to play WSOP.com or use the Caesars Sportsbook app while in or out of a hand. I like that, WSOP. Stick your ground. We have full discretion, but please continue to gamble on our sportsbook. Please. I'm just saying, we might ban you for trespassing, unless, of course, you're playing on WSOP.com, in which case, fully allowed. Did I mention we have a sports book? Poker News posted an article discussing this topic and showing one of the highlights for a moment that occurred last year from a player that if you watch Lodge streams, you might have seen before.
What are you talking about? You're using GTO Wizard.
I need to,
fucking sunglasses using Wizard the whole time. That's
One hand.
right. Using GTO Wizard the whole time, bro.
What's
You're
your
in a
plan?
hand.
What's
So
your
why is
plan?
John using it for me? So using your right to ask you to stop using it respectfully. And you make a big deal out of it. You're acting like I'm the one who's tripping.
You're tripping.
He's using it the whole
You're tripping. You're tripping.
I see those sunglasses. Every hand he's using it.
If you have an issue, you can call Paul.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So what happened?
You do not want to be the guy at the table using assistance while you're playing. And if I was the other guy, I'd probably be pretty upset if I saw someone using it too. The poker community was a bit divided on this, and people came in with some spicy hot takes, including this one from Phil Galfond, which said, let's be nice to this guy, and cheating is bad. From Phil Galfond, that's practically him telling you to go fuck yourself. Galfond's comments that using this between hands is ethical sparked outrage from many players, including Upswing Poker Pro Gary Blackwood, who said, entirely ethical, come on, man. It's a horrendous look and drives away fun players. If you're an amateur, do you go sit at the poker table with
We
six
gotta find
guys
some
and
better
solvers,
tables.
or the blackjack table where everyone is high-fiving each other every 4 minutes? It's a good take. Hard to disagree. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, as bad as this looks, this is not the worst thing that Andrew Esposito has done. The worst thing that he's done happened on a stream at Lodge Card Club.
Put Doug in the top 3?
It's definitely.
You would put Doug in the top 3?
You would?
No, I want. Would you put Doug?
Yeah.
Based on name recognition?
No,
or
oh
based
my
on,
God, no, not
I
at
mean,
all.
I'm not a top 3 player in Austin. I can take that.
Yeah, but when he sets the lineup,
I'm a bum hunter.
So he's a bum hunter now. Not only is he a bad player, he's a bum hunter. Wow.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's unusual for poker. I think he would admit that's true too.
Bum hunter?
I think he would admit that's true.
But didn't really get me. But this comment was uncalled for.
He's definitely a great player, but like Phil Hellmuth was a great player in 1980, right?
Wow.
Right through
Damn, I feel like this kid's gonna get called for a heads up for rolls now.
the heart. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not Phil Hellmuth. See if you've been around 5 years, kid. Okay, we're getting off topic here. Let's get back to talking about cheating in poker using these types of solver and trainer apps.
What jam turn?
Clearly,
These
based on
guys
community response,
play so
these
bad they
things are making
gamble,
people
flush
play
drive,
a lot
they're playing
better
to
at
the 2v
poker.
pip.
Which is why you need to
Call
head over
queen
to
too.
upswingpoker.com and check out Lucid GTO. Up your game right now. Oh, actually, shit.
Problem with that is on that particular board, the jack. I mean, it's not the best card, just a jam. I think. You know, just for obvious reasons of Queen Jack. Makes a lot of sense for him to have. Sometimes, I don't know, I think I like just like calling down.
No, maybe later. Yeah, you'll get better at poker, but you should do it later. Step away from the table. I'll put a link in the description below. The response to
Raise
these
and then it
cheating
gets both of them
accusations
quads,
has been
check
loud,
back.
and many people have been looking for solutions. That includes tournament director Matt Savage, very well known in the world of poker, tweeting saying, with all the new AI technology, solvers, texting, and audio capabilities, are you ready for a ban of phones at the table? Is it even worth a discussion at upcoming Poker TDA Summit June 29th and 30th? For those of you that don't know, Poker TDA is basically a like a conference that a lot of tournament directors go
Floor does
to
not know what GCO Wizard is.
talk
True.
about rules that make the most sense to run
Obviously,
the
it's
most
the easy
efficient
fold
tournaments
here.
and kind of make poker tournaments across the world a more smooth and enjoyable experience for customers. So he ran a poll here. Why or why not? No phones at the table won with 48%. Phones allowed 22%. Don't be dumb, impossible 30%. And as a player and as someone that runs a poker room, it's very, very interesting to think about this because I think I can have a view of both sides. From the purely player perspective, I would prefer no phones. In fact, one of my favorite things about playing on Lodge's live stream is that when I go play, I put all my stuff in a locker because you're not allowed anything into the room, thanks to Robbie J. Lou. And then basically I can just lock in and play poker and enjoy my experience there. And it's like stepping away from all of the bullshit. I think maybe I might have more responsibilities than some people that I'm stepping away from, but it lets me just kind of play in the moment and appreciate and enjoy that experience. I'm probably the exception, though. I think most people, they either have a phone because they need to or they think they need to, probably the second one, or they want to. And so
Anyway, just like that's just funny that those guys were talking shit about Doug. Like he would fucking destroy any of them, I think. Pretty obviously over a big enough sample.
So from a player perspective, I really enjoy that. But from a card room perspective, if 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4 players is not going to play because they want to have their phone on them, I just don't think you can really execute that rule. I mean, maybe we do like a test tournament, a no phones tournament, and just see what happens. No phones in this tournament. Do you guys think that's a good idea? Let me know in the comments below. But back to this issue. Tom Dwan weighed in on this issue as well, saying no phones is annoying. Some people have stuff to do. My issue is with the security theater side of it. If you allow people to
imagine Phil Hellmuth watching a video, you get what he has. Yeah. I feel like Doug on these live streams, like I feel like if he had to win, like he would play a lot differently. If that makes sense. Like he definitely he's making like the you know, theory based calls and stuff. But he knows, like, I think he knows he's like fucking beat like the majority of the time with a lot of these guys that he just calls anyways. You know, because it's just good for the game for him to give action to people and stuff. Oh shit.
Prohibiting phones, it doesn't really make the game safer and just inconveniences players. I don't think that too many people are worried about signaling in a normal World Series of Poker type environment. Here. Signaling certainly could potentially be an issue on some streams for poker. Not that I can think of any off the top of my head. I'm just saying hypothetically it might happen. It could have occurred. Possibly. And then maybe there's possibly an example of someone using a phone that may or may not have been engaged in cheating at a certain place in Northern California. Anyway, the point stands. No phones is annoying, and it certainly doesn't make it impossible to cheat, although it does make it a lot more difficult. Matt Berkey weighed in as well, saying...
Or you decided to call down the King Queen, though?
I'm old enough to remember the early 2000s.
Queen Jack in his range doesn't matter, effectively.
Banned at the table. Most rooms...
Well, it does matter. It does matter because... if I raise, then there's very few hands that he's actually like calling with. But if I call down, then he has like all of his bluffs and stuff in there as well. Which if I jam, he's never bluffing the river, so I'm losing out on all that. And I'm also losing out on like the Queen 8 stuff that folds. That, you know, he's a fish, so he might just like blast the river with Queen 8 thinking he's good type of thing.
Room entirely.
But I think the big factor is that me just calling like keeps all the bluffs in. And me jamming like you know, I'm probably getting called by like uh ace queen and queen jack and pocket jacks and aces and kings. Whereas if I just call down, then he could just have like tons of fish bluffs, which is huge for me, and worse value, you know, the fish merge stuff.
Make a call or send a text. A brand new capability back then.
It's my
It was
argument.
a huge annoyance then, and phones had a 1/1000th the function they have now. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel strongly over policing. Berkey didn't know what the answer is, but feels strongly. Some things never change. Amongst many phones,
Oh, wait. I just want to read what Berkey says here. Styles where phones were in fact banned at the table. Most rooms force you to leave the poker room entirely and make a call or send a text. Yeah, that's how it was whenever I was playing a lot of live in like 2011 and stuff. Like you were not allowed to have your phone out while you're in a hand.
1/1000th the function they have now. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel strongly over policing. Berkey didn't know what the answer is, but feels strongly. Some things never change. Amongst
Bang,
many
bang.
bad takes we saw being fired off on the subject, we saw one from Sam
All right, let's go
Goodwood
ahead
saying,
and
being on
go ahead and
GTO
bluff a
Wizard
turn
or
here.
equivalent at the table should be punished harshly, but the below is much worse for game integrity and having fun at the table. Showing someone with their phone vlogging their action while playing. Couple things I want to say about this, but I want to start off with the disconnect between the high stakes world and the rest of the poker playing community. As someone that has been in both, I've played high stakes both online and in live tournaments, the highest stakes, or some of the highest stakes rather. And then I've also done a lot of public stuff like YouTube, running a card room, running a training site, that kind of stuff. There's just this massive disconnect
I'm pretty cool with
where
just
I feel like
betting.
the high stakes world
I don't need
doesn't
to
really
jam
understand a
to
lot
get
of things,
the.
and vice versa.
I don't think I really need to jam to get the job done here. Oh, that's kind of an annoying flop, huh? Of my life. Yeah. Check back now. Doug would roll them, absolutely, I agree. Yes, the dealer. The dealer was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Four bets flop, check turn, bets 1/3 on the river. It's pretty much impossible for me to be good here, I think. Like, I don't even think like Jack is like gonna 4-bet under the gun that often. People aren't really 4-bet bluffing under the gun too much. And I mean that board is just so goddamn bad. Like I probably see like ace queen, like some ace x stuff, and then big hands as well. But you'd think the super big hands are gonna jam, but that ace is like so bad for me.
Vice versa as well. But this image has done so much for poker over the last 5-10 years. Guys like Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi,
Mariano, queen, double flush draw board.
These guys have done so much to
flush draw
help grow
combo,
poker
and they have
build poker
often
and
gamble.
bring people into poker.
Parablistic, yeah, what's up?
Content is what makes this look interesting. Let me give you a great example. Think about the main event, right? The World Series of Poker main event. As awesome as it all was, what really put it over the edge? It was being advertised and being produced and being shown on ESPN. People saw people playing poker, saw the prize pools, saw the hands, saw things. If you do not have a content machine for the game of poker, you are not going to be bringing in new people in a more wide setting, like on YouTube or like on social media, you need that content to help drive that engagement. So
My like medium decent showdown value hands against fish, I usually like to just I really like just like checking and calling them down, just because of how much they bluff. It's they overbluff so much that it's really just printing so much that I really think I think it's really good. Um, unless you have like a big value hand of like 2 pair, you know, or better. That's vulnerable.
I think there needs to be a little bit of appreciation for what this content type, this content
That's fucking
form
annoying.
has done to help recreate a new poker boom that we've seen in the last 5 years. COVID definitely helped, but content did a lot as well. And then the other part of this take that I disagree with is if I see someone doing this, then I'm thinking, oh, they're not cheating. Because have you ever tried to vlog while playing? It is impossibly hard. I did it a few times. I did a couple stupid shorts on my channel, and I gave up. I'm like, this is just too hard. I just can't. I'm just not capable. This person is recording their hole cards. So to cheat with this, you'd have to get every person, every action, and the camera angles are hard to get right. And then you have to have someone, I guess, texting you, but you can't alt-tab because you're recording. So they'd have to pop up on your screen telling you what to do as you're doing it with no one catching you. And as we all saw earlier, you're going to get caught for fucking logging into GTO Wizard.
You're using GTO Wizard. I see through your reflective sunglasses. You're using Wizard the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time I
when I
jam,
see this,
but
I think, oh, good, someone that's not cheating. Good luck to you
again,
your
it's
while you're rolling the camera. Okay,
another
we've
one of these
beaten
fucking
this
net
story into
guys.
the ground, but there was actually another incident where someone was caught using GTO Wizard while playing their hand. Roll the clip. That's right. This guy was using GTO Wizard while he was in a hand at the Orleans. The biggest development here is that someone was trying to play poker well at the Orleans. This tweet from
Tiny
Big
turn
Kev
bet.
Myers 2 got a lot of people upset on Twitter with what's going on in their poker tournaments. For example, James Chen, Chip Burglar, once again, aka the Sheriff, 100%
Only 5
cheating.
hands.
Drop the hammer, send the jail boys.
Back and
We
energize.
got him.
You're using GTO Wizard. I see through your reflective sunglasses. You're using Wizard the whole time.
Gonna check back.
GTO Wizard the whole time, bro.
I'm confused about posts like this one from El Cabron. Why would you care? At least you know his ranges. They're optimal ranges. You know, I feel like the year is getting.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Sometimes sometimes I flat the king's in position, but
it's like, oh my god.
I mean, most of the time I'm jam.
If you play optimal, you can't be beaten. Let's not go down that road. Let's stick to this. And I got a couple things I gotta say. Zooming out big picture to close, I don't see it being reasonable to ban phones at the table unless there
Frightened
was
Swan,
just
funny. I was just watching this video.
To do so. So I don't think that's a
Nice,
reasonable
nice.
solution. I don't think it would be crazy to ban people from using phones during a hand. What do you guys think about that one? That might be acceptable. Not entirely sure. I do think that it is interesting to talk about whether you're using this kind of software in a hand or at the table. I think you should just not be allowed to use any kind of software or training stuff or charts or whatever at the table. I just think it's a bad precedent to allow people to be looking stuff up between hands. It just creates a bad environment where people are on their phone trying to get smaller edges on their opponents. I just don't really like that. So that could be reasonable.
It's a logical line. I think both are very reasonable.
What should the penalty be for using a trainer in the middle of a game or a hand? I think if it's in the middle of a hand, I just think, honestly, you should just DQ them. If someone's playing a hand...
Yeah. People getting caught looking at GTO Wizard at the World Series of Poker. Funny enough, I think I saw Berkey the other day saying he doesn't mind if people use GTO Wizard in this cash game. Just because it's so unlikely for it to ever be helpful. Or very helpful. You know, given, you know, the way that those high stakes cash games with lots of fish play out, with all the straddles and multi-way pots and goofy shit.
And they have a software solver open. That should be an automatic DQ. I think we can all get behind that. If
Yeah.
it's between hands, I wouldn't mind a warning, maybe the first time. But I do
At the
think that
bathroom
longer
break,
term that
they
should
could
be allowed
definitely
as well. I wish I could tell you I have all the answers. I don't.
they could definitely
if I
sneak it
did-
in the bathroom break. Funny that you mentioned that. Actually, there's been chess players that have gotten caught, you know, going in the bathroom and looking up the game on a chess engine to figure out where to move. Because, like, if you can, you know, once you get to like a certain level in chess, like, you can remember the position of the board and the pieces, and you can just recreate it real quick in a chess engine and, like, oh, here's where I go. Yeah, there's been people that get gotten caught doing that. Like, there's one, there's been people like they start crushing everyone like way beyond their level, and people notice they go to the bathroom a lot and stuff. Actually, nits don't have 4-bet.
Probably wouldn't be making you.
Sometimes if they're tilted.
YouTube videos, would I?
We do ask you to please.
Plus, to be fair, most of the time, when a nit does like some crazy spaz, it's usually some random hand. And not like jacks.
Do not use any type
That's what I
of
noticed.
poker solvers
Using GTO Wizard.
at the table or
Oh, they're
They're
literally having a announcement.
poker solvers.
Using GTO Wizard the whole time, bro.
From this tournament.
See you guys again soon.
It's pretty
This
funny.
just in.
This will be an interesting one. So many nits right now. Yeah. Maybe I should have played earlier today whenever you were telling me the games were good. Oh, it's freaking annoying. Any donks out here? Hmm. Nice try, pal. All right, let's go ahead and stop here. We decided to take a break and play some PUBG. Oh, earlier. So many nits right now. Shit, there's the deuce. Fucking squeezer. Oh, we got some aces. Let's get a lucky run out here. Get back all my winnings, I think. Let me give them back. I lost them. $94-16 though. This table is actually really good. Look at this guy, 80-8 and 64-16. That's a damn good table for sure. Big blind versus small blind up here. I think. Summary of poker in the solver era. Yeah, people don't bluff enough. They're following the solver, that's for sure. Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. They do bluff enough on Bovada, for sure. Most of the time, anyways. Oh, that's an annoying river, isn't it? I have to bluff here. The fucking point is, they always call in Bovada. But maybe if he's got like 10 high or something, he'll fold. Like, give me a fucking Stu Unger call with like 10 high. The fuck, dude? You gotta think this hard, bro? Trying to go for the slow roll there. Yeah, see, I mean, it's just fucking. I swear to God. Bluffing the river on Bovada is literally just lighting money. Lighting money up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom. All right, I'm back. Should have listened to deserving advice. Only bluff catch fish when I have a pair. Yeah, it's because they merge so much. They don't have standard bluffs. They'll bluff with like bottom pair type stuff, you know? Or like third pair, bottom pair, any pair, they'll bluff. They bluff with ace high, king high. You know, stuff that has like some showdown value. They just bet with it because they don't know what to do. They just want to like try to win the hand, you know? And they don't realize they can sometimes win. Oh yeah, I told Sim you were in the hospital for a bit. Sunbacon. Luckily he's on the mend. B75, get healed a lot. Gotta fold the sixes. Oops, that was off screen.
Breaking news! Our story tonight: millions in chips stolen in broad daylight at the World Series of Poker. With this much money at stake, I figured I should mention it. Oh, it was a bad joke? They can't all be winners. This heist cost player Brian Smith, aka Smitty, approximately $30,000 in real money. The real crime here was jamming Jack 5 suited under the gun. But exactly what went down on the poker world's largest stage? Well, luckily, thanks to Twitter user Tilted Tay, we have close-up footage of the event. On that note, let's go ahead and break down what happened in event 20 at the World Series of Poker.
This fish is opening 5 fucking X.
You might be asking yourself what exactly happened here.
I don't know.
In event number 20, aka the Gladiator, a tournament with over 20,000 entries. That's right, guys. Over 20,000 entries. Deep into the tournament,
probably just the full
a
breed,
hand happened where Brian Smith found himself all in with Jack 5 suited against Ace King of 2 players, one of them being Men the Master Win. We have a clip showing
that Men the Master Win guy is back in the mix. So like I remember way back in the day, there was a big scandal with him. I think this was like before Black Friday, where he was like caught chip dumping, or people were caught. He had like a team of people like dumping chips to him. So, for instance, like he would stake all these players, and then they would enter the same tournaments as him. And then like they would, like on bathroom break and stuff, they would take some chips off of their stack and then like shake hands with him and like give him the chips, and then he would put it on his stack when he got back to the table, basically. And eventually they got caught doing that.
Him tripling up, and I would say he was mildly excited.
Let's go, man! Let's go! Bingo! Tony, cocktail table!
Funny enough, they never did ban him.
I got the 5. I knew that 5 was coming, boys.
However, after the hand, Ryan found himself short 4 million in chips. If we look closely at the footage, we can see here Men taking chips back into his stack. It would appear safe to say that we can deduce that these are the chips that went missing, although we do not know that for sure. We will break this down in a few minutes, including some information I have received directly from Brian. But before we do, we have to understand the type of player that we are dealing with here. This is hardly the first allegation against Men the Master. Men Nguyen is a 70-year-old Vietnamese-American professional poker player who came to fame in the pre-poker boom era.
Yep.
Some of his accolades include 7 World Series of Poker bracelets, tied for 7th all-time, 4X Card Player Magazine Player of the Year, 1997, 2001, 2003, and 2005, over $11 million in live tournament earnings.
Oh, that's good to hear.
123rd on the all-time money list.
Maybe we can convert you
96
one of these
tournament wins
days
on Hand and Mob. While Men is known as one of the most accomplished tournament players in the old school era, he is also known for berating dealers, getting blackout drunk at the table, and most importantly, for cheating and angle shooting.
Yeah.
Over the years, there have been many different allegations against Men of different kinds of cheating and angle shooting, like, for example, chip dumping. Here are some of the things that notable players have said
I know my
about
poker
men's chip
lore.
dumping in the past. Mike the Mouth Matisow tweeted in 2023 saying the rule was put in from Men the Master rule when his buddies used to give him chips in tourney. His horses used to dump chips, so to make sure others weren't dumping.
Oh yeah, I saw
the players,
Jeremiah's
the
back.
dump
That's good to
rule
see
was
him
put
back.
in. The idea behind this rule was that players have to show their cards when they're
Streaming
all
the
in,
WSOP
just
stuff.
to see what people had to avoid players chip dumping to other players. If this tweet is true, and admittedly it's difficult to read this tweet, so maybe it's not, but regardless, if it is true, seems like maybe a good precedent here would be to just ban the player cheating in all of these tournaments. I mean, why is it that we all know about these rules put into place for Men? However, he's allowed to play in these tournaments. Seems a little bit suspect, to say the least. There have long been rumors about Men getting kicked out of Foxwoods for being caught with extra tournament chips in his hotel room, but those rumors were never proven true. Kathy Raymond was the poker manager at the time, and she said, quote, Men's friend who was sharing his hotel room was cooking fish in the room. Hold on. Can we just stop for a second? Why are you cooking
It's back
fish
on the online streets now.
at a hotel?
Yeah, he put out like a schedule of like days he's gonna stream. He's gonna play like all these like online WSOP events and then play cash as well while he's doing those.
Hotel room. I mean, man, that is some dedication to the craft of nutrition. But regardless, I've heard Men likes fish actually somewhere else too.
See, a lot of fish here. Tell me about the fish. I like fish.
I've never but a fish, but I love to eat. Every time I walk around, they look at that. Look at them.
Back to this. So his friend was cooking fish in the room and the smoke set off the fire alarms. Men was asked to vacate the property because cooking in the rooms was not permitted and his name was on the room reservation.
Yeah,
There
they still
were
let
no
him in.
tournament chips found.
Bro, they still let the fucking ultimate bet guy in. The fuck was that guy's name? That played on the Pot Ripper account on Ultimate Bet. Russ Hamilton. Yeah, Russ Hamilton. That was the guy's name. They still let him, if he so chose, I think he could still play.
In his room. So Kathy Raymond, the
crazy.
poker manager, saying that those allegations seemingly untrue. Going back a little bit further, we see here in 2018 a tweet from Matt Salzberg saying, thoughts on how many extra time extension chips Men the Master has in his backpack.
Bitch.
Talking about this post
Fucking
from Poker
8-5,
News,
bro.
where we can see Men doing all kinds
Never
of
lucky.
things that are at bare minimum douchey, but possibly even just outright cheating. Several times a day, Wynn has waited a few seconds till after the buzzer is sounded before folding his cards, leading to confusion as to whether he owes a time extension chip. I'm going to give you guys a little tip. There should not be confusion here. If the extension timer...
Yeah, Jeremiah, he's playing that win game. They have that like 10, 20, 40, no limit hold'em win game with the win. He was pretty much playing that like every day, I think.
goes off, you owe the chip. So I don't know what the confusion is. That doesn't sound very confusing. Regardless, he has been forced to give it in, although not without an argument. Wynn also has refused to stack his chips in denominations that are easy for players and dealers to count, despite being told repeatedly to do so. This is the most tilting when you're playing poker and you look over and some guy just has a stack of 4 chips, 12 chips, 27 chips, aka a terrace stack. I'm talking to you, Terrace. I know you watch these videos. 20 chips in a stack. Big chips up front, buddy. Sorry, Terrace, but someone's got to keep you honest. Regardless, that too resulted in warnings from tournament staff. And then Wynn has been announcing illegal raise amounts, announcing 14,000 as an opening amount at a 20,000 chip big blind. Anyway, point is, Wynn said at the end, what did I do wrong? I never do nothing wrong, aka a double negative, aka my man is telling the truth. This most recent wave of up...
I never do nothing wrong, double negative.
updates from
That's great.
men in the WPT tournament led to more people being upset about his activity, including this tweet from Scott Seaver saying, any floor man that gets called over on that men angle and rules in his favor should instantly be fired and barred from ever having a job again. I wonder how Scott really feels about this. It's just not clear from this tweet. I think he's against
All right, we got Kings,
putting
guys. Let's fuck
angle
some,
shooting and potential cheating
let's
to the
fuck some
side. There's
motherfuckers
also
up.
confirmed evidence of men abusing dealers. And I just want to say this, especially as someone that now employs a lot of dealers. I have so much respect for what these people have to do. Their jobs are incredibly difficult, and I think it is just fucked up when players harass dealers or attack them. And if you see that happening at your table,
Got some
you
Kings
should
up here,
absolutely
too.
stand up for your dealer when it happens. Back to men. There are many examples of men when it comes to dealer abuse, and it's covered in this article from Poker News. In this same article, after talking about dealer abuse, there's also another incident that happened in 2018 where Steve Sung went all in for 435,000 chips over Wynn's bet of 225,000. Wynn dropped in the 200K chips as if to call. Sung tabled his hand, and Wynn picked up
All the poker
chips
player
and
like
claimed
fish.
he'd
This is
accidentally
normal.
dropped them
Yeah.
and hadn't intended to call.
I went to like a high-end sushi place in Vegas that I found out about. Very, very, very expensive place. Didn't even have like a sign, or like the building wasn't even labeled or anything. Called Kabuto. And after went in there and got seated at the table, then like Antonio Esfandiari and Ryan Rast and some girl just like walked in and sat at the table next to us. Pretty crazy. It's like, well, I guess we chose the right place. Did you watch Shogun? Oh, I need to watch Shogun, man. I need to watch it. I've heard so many good things about that show. The show looks so good. I've been watching that it's a show called Warrior. It's on Netflix right now. It used to be but it's actually like an HBO show, I believe, originally. It's a show called Warrior, though. It's this Chinese guy comes over from China. I think it's like the 1870s, a little after World War II. He's looking for his sister. As soon as he gets off the boat, he gets in like a fucking fight with the guy that's like, at the customs or whatever, and then he ends up having to join like this Chinese gang, and then it's like this gang, like rival gangs, like fighting, like martial arts and shit. And then there's also like this Irish gang as well, and it's like I don't know, it's like fucking Game of Thrones with like uh gangs in San Francisco in the 1800s, basically. And it's cool too because like the police are also like their own gang, basically. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm really liking it. The fight choreography on it is like top notch. Really good, really good. But yeah, I want to watch Shogun really bad. I'm gonna watch that next.
AKA, guys, it was a joke bet.
Makes a check. Oh my gosh, and he slides it in.
Doing being
What
flat out
just
drunk on the
happened? Now
tables.
he's
If you're
saying that he's
wondering,
joking.
is that night?
I didn't know that.
I've lost every time I've had kings and aces tonight. By the way, every single time.
Guys, it was
Min
a
the chip
joke.
stealer.
It was a joke. I thought it was funny. You laugh, you cry. It was a joke. It was a joke. Please don't make me put my money in. It was a joke. It was funny. The players argued back and forth, both offering to bet on this, and ultimately tournament staff ruled it a call, and Wynn was forced to put in the chips.
Yeah, we're learning about all of
this
his new
to go
scams,
down memory
angle
lane
shots
on
and
all
stuff.
of these old men stories. We need to talk about the new one from this week in the Gladiator with just 3 tables left and 4 million chips
Lost both fucking hands too, I think.
missing in this pot. Essentially, Brian
Crazy.
Smith went all in under the gun for 4.525 million, approximately. Steve Foudy raised to 10 million. Men went all in for 25 million, and Steve called. So we have a 3-way all in here between these 3 players. There is a main pot with Jack 5 and a side pot with Ace King. After the board had run out, Jack 5 had rivered a pair of 5s to triple up and survive, over a triple up when you consider the blinds and antes, and the Ace Kings split the side pot, which basically is them just taking their chips back after having paid out Smitty. I had a conversation earlier with Smitty where he gave me some specific details I can share with you guys. There was no period of time after this where Smitty did not realize he was missing chips. He celebrated, came back to the table, and before the next hand was dealt,
It's an
he
interesting
realized
turn.
that he was missing about 4.5 million in chips. According to
Damn.
Poker News, what happened next was Smith alerted the floor manager, and the floor manager went to check the cameras. Upon returning, he instructed the players to rack their chips and proceed with the redraw. Smitty remained adamant that he had been shorted, but play resumed with the matter unresolved.
God
A
damn
few
it.
minutes later, tournament staff ruled that Foudy and Wynn needed to both surrender 1 million in chips to Smith. However, Smith remained insistent that would still leave him short the correct amount. Meanwhile, Foudy was adamant he had initially paid the right amount. The matter was escalated, with
Should I
tournament
download
staff
it?
promising to take another look at the cameras.
I feel like I must
However,
be
the
down at
matter
least
was
like
never
2
fully
buy-ins or
resolved,
something.
and Smith ended up busting in 26th place for $17,000. Now, the video footage of this hand, which we've shown you a few times at this point, looks pretty clear that we can see men
1.7 buy-ins
touching
only.
these chips
Not too bad.
during the celebration. So it seems by far the most likely that it was men's chips. According to Smitty, he was told by the floor that they cannot stop the tournament to investigate this issue. Smitty remained complaining adamantly for minutes following, and eventually they did stop the tournament. He also noted that at this point the players clapped, and there was a sense of camaraderie about trying to right what had been wronged here.
Oh, damn. You gonna catch his ass. What's up?
And he's sitting here saying he watched. It's like, are you kidding me? You gotta. They have it on video.
After a short investigation, the floor did not have any additional information and
Where they not
resumed the
fucking see
tournament.
it?
The first hand back after the tournament, still this issue had not been resolved, at which
How the
point
fuck?
Smitty decided to tank in protest, tanking for 5 minutes on the first hand. However, he realized quickly that this was unfair to the other short stacks, including a player that he was friendly with, and decided he wouldn't do that to the other short stacks because it would be punishing them. At this point, the floor decided to give Smitty 2 million of the 4.525 chips he was missing, which I find very confusing. You would have to imagine that if they checked the tapes and saw that men had shorted him 4.5 million, that they would make men pay him the chips. You would also think if they went back and couldn't find anything, either because they had bad camera angles or the cameras weren't working or they just couldn't see, then they would not be doing anything at all. This seems like a half measure, including 1 million from a player who essentially said that he had already paid the right amount, but would do so again anyway. I'll note that Brian has a lot of respect for Steve Foudy and the way that he approached the situation, paying 1 million more even though he does believe he had already paid the full amount. A few other notes about this event from Smitty's perspective. One of the reasons he was so excited was this was a $5,000 pay jump, so you are looking at a man who has just secured $5,000 more. He also mentioned when they did the redraw, men quickly scurried away, and all of the players at the table agreed that essentially these missing chips came from men and spoke to the floor. So there was a table-wide agreement with, of course, the exception of men. I asked Smitty what he thought should be done, and he told me that he asked, why even have cameras if we're not going to be able to use these to solve these types of issues?
Yeah.
I also asked him, what do you think the World Series of Poker should have done? And he said, well, they should have given the chips back from whoever it was that took the money. I further asked him, what if the angles were bad or they didn't have the right footage?
They should have fucking banned that motherfucker from the tournament.
To which he said that because the players were all in agreement that these came from men and that the other players at the table also saw what happened, including this clip where we can see men taking chips back, they should have done the right thing and given him the chips from men. Even though he ended up getting 2 of the 4.5 back, it should have been all 4.5, and Steve Foudy shouldn't have had to pay the price for what he believes men did. I have to say this case seemed pretty clear-cut, but now with this giving 1 million from each player, I find it much more confusing. What exactly happened where each player has to give one? Wait.
We're not adding some.
I'm receiving some news.
cat
Men
decoration
has
on
been
my table
officially
to get
banned
luckier.
from Large Card Club. That means he won't be able to play the $1 million guaranteed Mega Monster on August 1st to 12th. With a $400 buy-in and a top prize of over $250,000, men must be devastated. Wait, no, it's men, not men in general, just that specifically that men. Just come on down.
Oh, that was
Come
a
on.
good one.
I'll see it.
Okay.
I'll see it.
All right, all right.
Anyway, for the first time in poker history, people had opinions and shared them online. This one is from Kevin Martin saying, bro, letting this guy continue to
bullshit
is a huge signal that shady people can do whatever they want. Get him out of here. I agree with Kevin's grammatically incorrect sentence. Also weighing in, Scott Seaver. This guy is basically the authority on men win activity. Definitely someone to go to if we ever need some poker historian records. He should be barred from every casino in America.
Oh,
Pathetic to not even use stronger language to refer to his Foxwoods chips in the article. Chad Holloway weighed in, and him and Scott actually found some middle ground here that I don't want to go into too much. But again, more strong opinions. In fact, Ryan DiPaolo weighed in as well. How do they not pause the clock? And how can the floor ever have men involved in a situation like this and try to just band-aid it and tell both guys they owe $1 million? It involves the master. It's probably the known cheater, LOL. Gotta agree with that one.
We're all trying to find the guy who did this.
Also, I'm not a tournament director, but doesn't it seem kind of weird to just be like, yeah, you each owe $1 million? Shouldn't you have a specific result? Either you see what happened or didn't. Why are you just throwing together some middle ground? Unless both players shorted $1 million, in which case this was the correct solution. Something tells me probably not the case, though. As interesting as all of the cheating stuff is, I also find it interesting that apparently Men Win challenges people to fights, which is crazy.
Bro.
Jay Farber tweeting out saying, Men Win is the most blatant cheater in poker and he receives no repercussions. He tried this with me in a pot at the Venetian back in the day and then asked me to step outside when I called him out. Naturally, he changed his tune when I said okay and got up.
Now he's saying that he's joking.
I'm sorry.
Responding to this tweet from Jay Farber, Silent Bob said he was clearly marking the cards last year, and when I asked the floor for a new deck, not accusing anyone directly, he asked me to step outside. Men doesn't exactly strike me as the kind of guy that would be challenging people to fights outside, but, you know, I guess you never know. While I was doing some digging for this story today, I came across some gold from a video 13 years ago where Men Win shows us what it's like to live the high-stakes lifestyle. Let's take a closer look.
Card Player TV's High Stakes Living is in Bell Gardens, California. We're here to see the home of Men, the Master Wen, and it's raining out here, so let's get inside. Good to see you. Thank you for
I watched this back in the day. I remember this.
I won 3 events and we 3 first place.
In what, like 2 weeks? Time span?
Yeah,
about 2 weeks. So how did you do it?
Well, I've been running bad lately, and this year changed.
I used to watch like all the poker content.
Interview feels a little awkward. My favorite part, though, when Men Win talks about his beloved family.
Henry.
God damn it.
Anna.
Oh, that's
Diana. Anna.
Ah, yes. When you need help knowing which one of your children is named which. Who hasn't been there? In Men's defense, there's a lot of goddamn kids.
Henry. And Mulan. Anna. You see that one there? That's
So this is the master's room? We won't go in, though. We won't wake up your wife.
This guy is committed to the shtick. Look, guys, this is normally where I give my long breakdown of what should happen on nuanced topics. And I'm going to do that here, too. Cheating is bad. I think we're good. That's a wrap. All right, guys, I'll see you again later. Thanks for tuning in. Hit that subscribe button. Lots more content coming up at you. I'll see you soon.
All right, well, let's see. I think Joe Ingram did. What time is it? 2:13. Okay, we got time. Alan did one with Joey did one with Alan Keating
Test, Legion, test.
This should be good.
Are we here?
This should be
Are we
really
live?
interesting.
We might be. It's been a little bit. We're here, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, we got the man, the myth, the legend in the house. You know, did
should be some damn good DGen stories on this.
Was it one of the sponsors of the or was that the Legion?
129 for a cat.
You know, he's a big part of the Legion. So we got the man, the myth, the legend coming
Holy
off his
shit.
epic, iconic performance on the $1 Million game. $2 million. The kid finally, he booked a big win on the show, and I was excited watching. The fans were all excited watching, and he hit me up. We were texting. He's like, "We got to do a recap." I said, I've done one stream all year, but come on over, let's do it. So listen, Alan Keating wants to do the stream. I said, hey, let's lock in, let's get it going. Sunday night here, 8 p.m. Pacific. And how's it going, Alan? What's going on? How you feeling?
It's great. I listened to your Spotify kind of conversation about it, and I figured let's chat more about it. But,
yeah.
I guess.
Where the fuck did this guy get all this money? That's what I wanted to know. I've heard he's some kind of like entrepreneur or something.
If I lost, we probably wouldn't be here. And when you win, you want to chat about it a little bit.
He's so young, though. I don't know. It sounds a bit strange. He's probably got a trust fund, I would imagine.
More, but I felt like that event was like really epic and fun, and the people that were involved and the people that were watching, it's like, you know, let's keep it going. Let's have more fun with it. So
yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it seemed like you were getting a lot of good feedback from everybody out there in the community, and they were all everyone seemed to be loving it this year. I mean, I saw a lot of people on Twitter, you know, showing you love and talking about the big hands, and obviously you were on the winning side of a couple really big moments. So the fans were just felt like they were going crazy, kind of over watching you play.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
The fan part of it.
You ready to throw down
on the stream changes everything, because you can have a game like that without the cameras, without everyone around you, and it's just very different because, you know, underneath the first level, everyone knows.
What's that Filipino martial arts? It's like eskrima, I think. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. The one that Jason Bourne uses. Kali, isn't it? It's Kali and Eskrima, I think.
That this is going out there, it's going to be seen by people, and there's like additional layers to that, right? So I think that
I was checked back, got the Ace on the river, fucks up,
especially on Hustler, just, you know, a really unique experience, but it also kind of changes the way people play. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. Yeah,
which I mean, you tried to hit your customary 70 DPIP. That was kind of what people were excited to see. Like, somehow you go on there and you find the way to play 70% of your hands. You know, very rare thing people can seem to do. And you actually didn't do it, unfortunately. I got 68 and 62. And people were betting on this. I mean, this was crazy. Yeah. I actually haven't seen this before, where there was somebody betting on if you would hit 70 DPIP, and you lost the bet. And then you tweeted out that you would repay everyone that lost.
Yeah.
Talk about anyone
that sees me, just you know, show me your stub. I feel like the whole fun part of it was about the over, right? Because that's what we're all going for, and I fell short on that. You know, so I was, of course, I wanna boost the people that supported me a little bit.
Yeah. So you basically said if they find you at the Aria, what do they got to go? Do they?
I was just looking over at the.
I'll give you the cash for what you lost.
Okay, let's 3-bet down here with the Ace King.
That's cool. They're gonna find you in the high. They're gonna go in the high stakes room.
Yeah, sure. Anywhere. Come in.
All right. So if you did happen to lose that bet on Alan Keating, you're gonna be able to go bet on him. So I guess so. Let's talk about this game. I mean, when kind of going into the game, you know, what were your initial thoughts going into the game? And you played in the million game last year.
You're gonna watch Hustler live stream. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're no stranger
100%.
now to being on the big stage where there's 30,000 people watching, and you're buying in for millions of dollars. So like, what's your thought process going into that kind of moment, or what did you expect, or you know, talk a little about that.
We cannot miss that.
I'm getting a lot.
We can definitely not miss that. I'll just fire it up. I'll fire it up while I'm playing on stream.
A lot more comfortable doing that in person. It's kind of a strange thing to do.
That will be some damn good content, I have a feeling.
to be gambling for that amount of money, you know, publicly. You know, something that I was like a little hesitant to do for a long time, because you wonder, like, are people gonna
You need to get someone in there. Yeah, you need to get someone in there that like hates Dan Bilzerian, and that would like really spice it up. Like one of those poker girls that hates him because he's toxic masculinity or whatever. That'd be hilarious.
treat you different, or you know, our friendships, like, or family relationships, are they going to be strained because they see you
He seduced rich ladies.
you know,
Oh,
in
you mean
this
Alan
kind
Keating?
of like obscure corner of the world where you're, you know.
Did you ever watch that show? It's kind of like a weird show in like the early 2000s about some doctors that were like they were plastic surgeons and they had like this business. And I remember this guy. He did surgery on like this old rich lady, and he left like a piece of metal inside of her after he did like her boob job or something. she threatened to sue him unless he would like have sex with her. And he shows up, and at the very end she feels bad for him and just like spoons him all and doesn't end up suing him.
Risking, you know, real money in kind of ridiculous ways.
Pretty classic.
I think I've fully embraced it at this point.
So it was really good at the beginning, and then it just got
so when
fucking
you go
weird.
into it and you're just pretty comfortable, you know, you're not worried about people, like, I mean, what, like you mentioned, family kind of treating you weird. We saw a guy Thomas, the guy Thomas on the show this week. He was the alleged anonymous European businessman Thomas, and he wore a mask and a hoodie and didn't want to reveal who he was. Yeah. So you're right.
That was for the same reason, right? Like to avoid people, you know, it impacting his life.
Remember that Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo movie? I wonder like how many dudes have ever like male prostitutes have ever like gotten paid by chicks to fuck. I don't know, maybe it happens to like some of those like I don't know, like I'm sure if it happens it would be like old ladies, right? Like I'm sure it happened all the time, like back in like ancient Rome type. I know the rich like noble women, they would pay to have sex with the top gladiators and shit. That was like definitely like a thing that was pretty popular. I can't imagine it happens too much now. Probably probably not, probably doesn't happen that much now.
Life, right? So that was out of anonymity. He didn't have like any other reason to do that.
Yeah, I mean, how do you prepare for a game like this? You know, is it for you? Is it because I feel like for you, I always see you playing out here. I always see you at the Aria. You're always, you know, you always have your game. So is this like business as usual? Another day at the office, like, oh, let's like, go clock in?
I didn't plan at all.
See, this is another thing that's like so sus with these.
Up with Feldman,
these fucking like super rich guys that claim to be like businessmen. They're like always playing poker. It's like how the fuck are you running your business empire? Or like what's that guy? Fuck. Who's that stupid ass? Nick Airball. For some reason my mind went blank. Claims he's an investment banker. It's like no fucking way. Investment bankers work like 16 hours a day. And they don't have millions of dollars of disposable income. They can make like $500K a year at best, or a couple $100K a year.
Going into it, I just said, hey, you know, I'll play 1 or 2 days.
All right, let's check.
And you know, he put together a really fun, great lineup, you know, both days. And so I just, you know, wired my money and
watched it a day later to analyze the hands.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, even looking at the second day, there were people I'd never even met before, like Peter. You know, I don't know, you know, his.
Sorry to keep pausing. Yeah, just like off the top of my head, like what I'm thinking is like I can watch it. And then like if something interesting happens, we can kind of like pause and talk about it or something. And then like can replay it, and then if something crazy's happening, we can like jump forward or whatever.
Story necessarily, or Rahul, like that was a complete stranger
It's
to
fucked
me.
up,
so,
yeah.
And the lineups changed over time. They always
For
do.
safety.
So you kind of just have to.
Yeah, I remember she was like going to the airport,
show,
and the thing went off.
The guy who's putting it together and say, hey, like, this is what I'm going for. Here's what the days I can play, and you let them do all the hard parts. So I just kind of stayed away and showed up and gambled. But the big difference was people betting on it through that poly market, right? So I was conscious of, okay, the 70% VPIP is the bar.
Like, now you got me talking about that show, like it was really good. Like, so what happened was they started like being kind of shady and accepting more clients than they're like legally allowed to, by not running the background checks and stuff as well. And what ended up happening was they did these boob jobs on these girls from like South America. And when they started giving them their boob jobs, they when they cut them open, they had like cocaine in their boobs. And then they're like, well, we're not gonna do this. We don't want anything to do with this. They pull the guns out. They're like, oh, you're involved now. We can take your business or whatever. And so they get involved with like these like this fucking cartel. They get like blackmailed into it because they weren't following official procedures and stuff. And then they have to like figure out a way out of it, because like obviously they start asking them to do like more and more stuff. And if I remember correctly, they end up, I think they end up killing them. And then I remember they end up killing them, and then they go to the they were in Miami, Florida, and they go to like the grocery store, like the meat aisle, and they buy like hundreds of steaks, and they fucking like wrap the guys in steaks and throw them in the water, and the crocodiles eat them. But one of the guys, though, I remember one of the guys, they did like a face surgery on him or something. But they did some kind of a surgery on him where to like change his identity, but they changed it to somebody on like the FBI wanted list or something. And when he went to the what did they do? I don't know. They did something. They did something with the surgery to like fuck him over. So he got caught at the airport. I can't remember. It was a cool show though. All right, let's go ahead and 4-bet down here.
Like,
it's a little strange of a thing.
Yeah, it was interesting because like, yeah, it was just interesting like how out of control everything got in their lives. When you start the show, they were like respectable, like rich doctors, and then a few shady choices in their lives is like fucking out of control,
I mean, I've never heard like say that before. Where they're now like you're wagering. So I mean, poly market, is this something that you want to be more involved in, or like, we talked a little bit about betting on poker before. I mean, to me, betting on poker is really the way that you take poker to another
clubs
level,
for rich ladies,
in sports,
even very pretty young girls
and
look for the service. Oh, okay.
And I get so many investments now for these crypto casinos or poker, or people like betting on different kind of ideas. And we really haven't seen much in poker outside of Stake Kings or Poker Stake, which are kind of let you bet on players, and then therefore if I can bet on anybody who's listed their action, now for me it's more fun to watch, because now, oh my god, Alan Keating won, like I won too because I bet on him.
Yeah.
So
skin in the game.
Right. This was like the first time we saw it, and I didn't really know what poly market is. I still don't know what it is, but I just saw that it was on. They were promoting on there, and then you were betting on there, and I guess you were talking about it. So what's the deal with that?
That was a total surprise for me. I found out that they were going to sponsor it maybe a week before the game, but I'm familiar with it. you know, it goes back 5-6 years. I was in New York for this conference, and I was with some friends, and I met a young guy. He was probably 18, 19 at the time, but man, was he sharp. And I just talked with him for a couple hours about, you know, what he was thinking about. And he wanted to create a platform where people bet on real life events. You know, a prediction marketplace where you could basically say, you know, what are the odds of these, like, you know, real life events, and actually put some money behind it, and you can, you know, get a greater sense of,
parents
like,
not give their money to their kids. Yeah, they do. Absolutely, they do. Where does that money go when they die then? Yeah, they so okay, so like if your parents set up a will before they die and have it set up so that it goes into like a trust fund type of thing, I'm pretty sure you don't have to pay taxes on it. And you don't have to pay like all these fees. But if your parents just die and they don't have everything set up with like a will, then you have to pay, like, the government takes like a fucking huge amount of it. And if anybody is like knows this stuff better than I do, please correct me. Yeah, you have to pay some kind of like a huge fees to the government to like make sure that your parents didn't know any money and that kind of thing. But if they went in and they met with like a lawyer and got everything set up, everything's been arranged, like everything they owe and stuff, so it just automatically gets paid off, and then set amount of money just like goes directly to like a trust fund that the executor of the will has access to, basically. And that's the best way to do it. Yeah, that's how my parents have it set up. I went to get a plastic surgery to look like Zerby.
abilities because of the positions taken. So I gave him some money, and then I added some more, and he created Polymarket 5 years ago. A good friend.
I'm trying to remember how that played out. I think on that show, your cookie SPR.
And so he surprised me. He sponsored the $1 Million Game, and we didn't even talk until, you know, this evening. But
Did you ever watch that movie with Nicolas Cage? It was,
I mean,
like,
you know, we're kind of. I mean, we can talk about startup. You know, I've been getting down the startup road, and you know,
Face Off. That's what it was called.
About, you know, different kind of ideas, and I know that you're
John Travolta,
you know, it's a
Nicolas
world.
Cage.
Most people, when I was a poker player, I didn't know anything about this whole, the idea of investing in other companies, and you get equity in companies, and you end up meeting this whole entire world of founders and investors and hedge funds and VC funds, and you end up in a world of money that you didn't even know possibly existed once you kind of get into the real money world. So then along the way, you know, you're going to make money, or you have a fund, and then you're going to get a lot of opportunity to invest in companies. And you have a lot of people that come up to you and they say, hey, I mean, shout out to my founder, Dan, one of my guys out there right now, but they come up to you and they say, hey, like, I want you in this, I want you in that. And you must be getting this on a basis all the time, I imagine, a regular basis, constantly. So, you know, what made you get excited about this? Because I'm sure you've heard.
That's what I think of when I hear the word kooky. They're kooky and they're spooky. They're ever the Addams Family.
This kind of idea a lot. Like, what's your due diligence process in that regard?
On Polymarket?
Yeah,
it was simply, I like this guy. Here's some money. I hope it works out. You know, like
it
wasn't complicated at all.
You're not like, I'm thinking Alan's in the fucking lab. You know,
it was a one-page deal, like a safe, right?
You're like, oh, God, how much do you need? Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I mean, when you're betting on, you know, a project that's just a, you know, an idea and a, you know, one-page paper, you're betting on the person. You know, you're betting on the jockey, right? So it was kind of a unique situation where I saw someone and something special in him, and he's really run away with it. I think he just raised 40-50 million from Vitalik Buterin and Founders Fund, which is, you know,
Yeah, great people to have supporting you, and
sure.
yeah, obviously, you know, when people are looking for the right investors, you want to have the top guys, you want to have the people who are running the best companies, who are on the board of the best companies, who are, you know, owning the protocols, or, you know, that's kind of what I think
Transform
what
his
some
face.
people do as a strategy for people that
And
want to
become
get
the
involved. So if you get a
Reservian,
guy
hide
like
him in the
Vitalik
basement.
involved and Founders Fund involved, which one of the best.
That's literally like exactly how that fucking Nicolas Cage movie was, if I remember correctly. Like John Travolta, if I remember, he was like a serial killer, and he swaps faces with John Travolta and like assumes John Travolta's wife or life, and he's like, I think he like has sex with his wife or something, and Nicolas Cage is stuck in jail or something as John Travolta, and he has to like escape and like try to get his face back. It's an absurd like 90s action movie. Asian parents give their money to kids before they die. Oh well, okay, yeah. So like, if you're like rich as fuck, like if you're like you know, like a billionaire or something, then that's how they do it. They set like certain X amount of money in like a trust fund, and like when their kids like turn 18 or like graduate college or something like that, then they get access to it. You know, that's how like Paris Hilton and her sister had theirs. I think they got like, fuck, I don't know, 35 million or something when they came of age. Oh shit, spiritual masterclass. We know who that is. We know who that is. There's only one guy that could be.
Funds, then theoretically that would be a indicator of success, but you know, you never know, right?
Yeah, it's validating, but it's not like a liquidity event, right? You're
right.
just it's all part of the journey.
What happened to ACR? Did you finish to play there?
Very long.
Long
bet.
Yeah, that's what I learned about startup investing, patience. But okay,
I kind of like flip
game.
between.
I got everybody in chat. I see a lot of people out there. We got Milo.
Play
we
ACR
got Craig,
sometimes. Play Bovada
Chatty,
sometimes.
boy, Dustin laughs. I ain't give a lot of shout. I ain't giving a shout out in a while.
My main side is.
Yeah, it's great to see everybody out there if you tuned in. Veronica Brill, shout out to Veronica.
Taylor Swift is mid.
She did a great job,
bro.
Shout out to Alan. Alan actually gave her some interviews. So
no fucking chance.
She said that she was having problems getting people to give her interviews, but you were nice. You stepped over a couple times, and
I love that side interview stuff because it's, you know, a little bit of insight, a little bit of texture. If you're watching the whole game,
about 1-1-10.
I guess if you're super into poker,
persecuted through all of Twitch history,
you might miss a hand, you know, stuff like that. But for a lot of people, it's like context, and I like it, and I think Veronica does a great job. I mean, she's so integrated into like the poker world, and you know, she's well liked by all the people that were there. So
yeah, I mean, I think she does a good job too, and so it's tricky, right? People in interviews, sometimes they hate interviews, like they don't want to cut away from the game, but it's an 11-hour show, it's an 8-hour show. You know, I personally want to know who these people are. Like you said, you didn't really know Peter. I'd love to know more about Peter. I would love to know more about Raul. Like, where the fuck did this guy come from? He brought,
oh my gosh,
he came and lost. Let me,
Raul?
All right, we got some action down here developing.
That's my other scene. Let me make sure.
Although I think I'm just gonna fold
because I'm pretty sure this guy came.
Very nitty-looking guy. 2012.
Let me see. Where the hell did I put this?
3 foot, 5.
I don't know. I have my little
3-bet
chart over here. I'm trying to find my chart of my scenes.
Oh man, this guy calls.
Like, what do you lose? 2.7 or 1.7?
Yeah, something like 1.7, 1.6. I mean, I didn't know.
Alan, is that normal? Is that normal for a guy that you've never met to show up and lose that much money and you just don't know
probably have enough to
like
set mine now. Yeah. I probably got enough to set mine now with this overlay now. So I'm getting 4.5 to 1, yeah. Just immediate. Of course I'm not gonna hit it. For the CR Blitz not to win, but for the experience nowadays, expecting to lose, but seeing hands fast is fun. Yes. That's the best thing about it.
How about that guy?
Not normal at all. Nothing.
I would
we're
have
doing
folded
on,
that if
you know,
this guy had
the $1
folded.
million game is normal, right? Like, it's a confluence of.
You saw an amazing exchange on
insanity,
Twitter.
and once it's all done, you're just like, I can't believe they pulled that off. Like, Ryan's gonna sleep for 4 days now, right? Because he had to work so hard. But no, people don't just come in and.
See if I can
and do
actually
that
win a
kind of
hand.
stuff. But it
Oh
was just
shit! Look at
odd.
this
He came on
fucking
my
guy
left,
cold calls.
and I'm thinking, okay, if I don't know this guy, and I haven't played with him before, maybe he's new. I'll just, you know, try to make him comfortable, chat a little bit. And he came in and he's just re-raising me and re-raising me. It was unbelievable. He's making like 250 to go.
Good luck, good luck, says
you know, clean
HGG.
10
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you,
And I'm
sir.
like, wow, this guy's like really going for it, right?
Yeah.
It kind of got me off my.
Oh god
game
damn
a
my
little
life!
bit and hurt my VPIP.
I'm gonna lose
chances
every hand
because he
tonight
was so active on
with the aces and kings. It
on
seems
the
like.
left, right? But that day too was a unique situation because it was like where I was seated on the right of me was Brandon, Steven, Stanley Tang, you know, Tomas, and you know, they all went down early and were just, you know, kind of in some negative spirits place, right? Like, and then all the people on my left were, you know, up $1 million in the first, you know, couple hours, right? Like Santosh and Peter, you know, he was just a freight train, right? So I'm in this spot where I'm not really trying to, you know, harp on the guys on my left who are down, and I'm kind of like really wanting to play hands with the people that are up.
With some British guy
man,
replying to
like,
Chinese
out of
guy
position,
accusing him of being gay.
Really pushed around for a while. I wasn't used to it. Had to kind of step back and.
I kind of wanted to just check back here, but
yeah.
And then, you know, so what goes through your mind in that
I think I have to
situation?
bet the
Because as you
river,
said,
but
like,
when he jams,
it
it's
doesn't
like...
seem like you know how to do that. You know, it's like you're just used to raising a certain range. I mean, I don't. You got the Alan Keating solver, and you know they banned that at the World Series of Poker. Actually, they just banned the Alan Keating solver. They don't want people playing like you there, I guess. But you know, you got your own approach to the game. So when that situation happens, and now you got this guy millions of dollars deep, and the guy just keeps putting you to the test.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that I play too many hands, but it's just, you know, how I like to do it. And
the only factor there is this guy's 152 hands.
There's opportunity to push me around.
3-bet 2.
So I realized if I'm
very
gonna
nitty
play, you know, every hand, and I'm just giving him such an advantage, right? So if he's jabbing,
well,
me,
it looks like I'm weak there. I just don't expect
I'm
people to be
just gonna
bluffing
look
there
for like that counter punch KO, just knock him out.
And the value all beats me there.
Well, I mean, you did find that. I mean, listen, if you guys didn't see this hand, this is basically one of the hands of the show, and you know, this is what you did. What you won these pivot hands. We're gonna talk about a few of the hands. We're gonna talk about that big hand you played against Peter. We're gonna talk about that hand, Texas Mike, and we're definitely gonna talk about this Raul hand because you played this hand that, you know, what you had. What you have? You had 9-10 of spades. You guys both flopped the flush. You both flopped the flush draw, right?
Yeah.
And then
the Chinese
turn.
The Chinese chat.
Both of you guys had nothing. And
he had a pair and a flush draw. I had a straight draw and a flush draw.
Right, and then the river, all hell breaks loose. He makes 2 pair. He makes like a hidden middle 2 pair, 7-8. You make the nut straight 9-10 of spades. So I think it's like ace jack 8-7-3 or something like that. Yeah. And then you check jam all in for like $1 million. And this guy goes in the tank for a while. Walk us through this hand. Like, what are you thinking in this hand? And when you hit that river, how poker hard?
Decent flop with the aces or kings tonight.
Well, you know, normally I don't put like a lot of thinking into the hands that I'm playing. It's just that, like I said, he was kind of pushing me around a little bit, and so I saw my opportunity.
Small call for fun versus too tight range. So there's a big chance set over set. On board, way board.
Faced a big bet on the turn. I think it was like 150,000 or something. And I told myself, I'm like, all right, well, if I hit, I'm just gonna like check jam. But I want to look on the turn like I have, you know, I don't have a draw, like I have like a value hand of sorts, right? Like, so I try to like stall.
A bit bluff here.
Longer than I would
the blockers.
To project that, such that if I got there, it would look like I was turning that into a bluff. And it just, you know, it's all luck to hit the 7, which is like obviously the perfect card. But it was like validating because I was a little sour having to, you know, kind of play. At that point I was probably down to like half the hands just to avoid, the barrage.
Mm-hmm.
But I normally just kind of keep all excitement in, and if someone gets stacked, I don't know, I probably like empathize a lot more than most for them in that spot. But that one I was like pretty happy.
All right, let's check.
I mean, you kind of stood up the river. He check raise. He's in the tank. He's thinking about it for, you know, a couple minutes. What's going through your mind when and now what goes through your mind in that spot? You know, if you win,
committed to the slow play.
This is one of the biggest pots of all time on these poker streams, and you know you're gonna go down in history, and you're gonna get paid $1 million. I mean, what do you like? walk us through that. What are you thinking in that moment?
He has more info than me, right? Because when you've been on these $1 million games.
Yeah,
you know, he explained that he had watched me before and all this stuff, and
it's one of those spots where
about him.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're sitting there on the river, and you're literally like, I don't want to bet because it's probably gonna fucking jam on me. I can never call if you like jams. So, but it's like it feels like way too nitty to check back. Super annoying.
Kind of a challenging spot, but
and of course the time you bet is obviously he's jamming.
You know, he left immediately after that hand, so it was kind of like a short interaction. But you know, the game went on, and we were playing $1 million pots every 40 minutes. You know, $2 million pots every couple of hours. Yeah, so yeah, it was a pretty savage event.
Yeah, how do you stay? And a lot of people out there, how do you stay composed when you're having these big swings? When you are swinging, I mean, you really do swing $500K, $1 million. Like you are. You're one of the swingiest guys we've seen really play. So how do you stay composed? How do you not go off the deep end? A lot of people out there want to know that.
Does this hand look familiar, Sunbacon? We were just talking about this earlier.
I mean, I do go off the deep end.
Fucking
right? Like,
same goddamn spot comes up.
If I'm down a lot, I'm gonna turn up the size of the pots. You know, if I'm gonna try to bloat
17.
everything. You know, I'm gonna try to get
just
back.
Gotta jam.
I don't think it's the best strategy, but
that's
an emotional thing. You know, I don't have control over that as well as I should be, or whatever.
Oh, they did discriminate against gays and lesbians in China.
I'm just kind of comfortable in the style I'm playing.
90% plus old people.
How I want to play it.
60% young.
I'm not necessarily thinking of how to, you know, make the most money. Or
it's interesting. I don't really hear about that type of things too often. Yo, UA Faunus, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
You know, a professional is going to say, I only want to make the most winning play at all times. And if I'm not making the most plus EV play, then I'm going to shame myself and think that I'm doing something wrong. And you're saying that you don't think about that at all. Like that's not going through your mind.
Yeah, no, I'm a lot of the times when I'm getting re-raised or I'm playing a pot, I'm thinking, wouldn't it be funny if I hit, right? You know?
That's a good thought process.
Plus, I have all these.
I say GTO. I mean, listen.
Plus, I try to carry like this.
Let's crush them noobs. Hell yeah.
Towards, the deck, you know, like there's some sort of relationship, as if you know, if you trust the deck, then you know maybe it'll operate in your favor.
Do you feel like that spiritual approach pays off for you? I mean, does that work?
I think it only pays off in the sense that other people start to believe it.
Spiritual approach to poker, the spiritual masterclass style.
Like when it comes to flips, like I go into it, I'm like, I'm really good at flipping, you know? and it becomes a thing, and people believe it. So you know, that's a.
That'd be disgusting to play against someone who's good at flipping.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I think what was Snoop Dogg was saying on Twitter? He submitted the question about how do you run so good at flips? So are you a flip god? I mean, is this something that people need to know about, or what's the deal with these flips?
I just love them. There was a time in that game where you know, you can use them to kind of calm yourself down or calm someone else down. Like Tomas lost the first day, and we were on the second day.
Let's check here.
He had just lost a kind of a big hand, and I'm like, okay, you know, he's in a vulnerable spot for the next half hour, right? Like he's gonna over gamble. If he loses 2 days in a row, like, you know, that's not great, you know. So I asked him if he wanted to flip, you know, like 25K flips, red or black. We were kind of doing it in sign language while everyone else was playing. But it's like, it's a, you know, a tool. You can use it. Like for me in that situation, it was like I was trying to distract him, calm him down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you can
help him get out of that.
Side too if you want. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying that when a player in the game starts to go on tilt, you like to help them get off tilt.
Yeah, in that instance, for sure.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
that was the whole point of the flips in that moment.
Interesting.
Sure.
Okay. So why is that? Because that's the once again the anti-approach for most people. When they see a guy on tilt and they smell blood in the water. You're saying that you don't feel that way.
Well, it's like, what are you trying to accomplish, right? Like, say he has 2 bad sessions, loses a bunch of money, right? Like, is he gonna feel good about that experience? Like, probably not, maybe not. I don't know what the outcome will be. But like, if you kind of keep a game together,
for bot,
you know, where you're not, you know, harping on the guys who are down and you're kind of attacking the guys who are up, you know, you kind of, there's some influence on the dynamic at the table that I feel like keeps it all together. So I'm trying to, you know, it's in the back of my head at least. You know, it doesn't mean I'm gonna like fold aces if they go all in, but
right.
Yeah.
So would you say that makes you play like softer against some players sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes me kind of play harder against others.
Yeah, like other players who don't, more professional or more serious or more like.
Yeah, like whoever's up the most.
Yeah. Bot setting is make it 30.
I generally try to like
really
play the hardest against. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that size too
Peter
much
from the show. You know, kind of we'll talk about some of the players, and obviously
I haven't played in a
Peter
while.
was crushing it. The guy won about $5 million.
The Man of Steel.
What's this guy's deal? Who's this guy? I saw. Were you on a plane? Were you on a plane with this guy? If someone posted a photo on Reddit, you were in the plane, and do you know this guy, or what's the deal with Peter? And what were your thoughts on Peter after the game?
Duana and I were chatting,
keep that in mind
after the game. He
if that's one of their new things.
Back to Vegas and said that he was flying with Peter. Do you want to ride with us? I said sure.
I need to do some research on the new bot stuff.
He didn't show up.
I haven't really played in like 2 months.
He's one of a kind, man.
Any decent volume.
But, you know, so now here I am. I'm you know, kind of a little uncomfortable. I'm boarding a plane with a guy that I don't know that doesn't speak English. So we just, you know, there's a translator there. We're chatting. It's, you know, a short flight, but yeah, we came back to Vegas last night.
So what do you think about his play? I mean, what was going through your mind when you saw this guy was running and he was gunning and he was God mode? And
what a machine!
Yeah,
I don't
ever seen anything like it.
Yeah, he had me, you know, wondering what the heck to do because, you know, he had a style where it was like he wasn't spewing, he wasn't like really, didn't seem like he was taking any chances. His strategy seemed like, you know, I'm not going to put
guys years ago, Charlie Charles, I heard at this time,
which seems like a pretty good strategy, but it's for me, it's hard to play against because
spiritual thing. If you guys inner confidence and peace, you make a decision. All that positivity.
You know, not have such a great hand to be able to try to get him to fold. You know.
Yeah.
That's always an interesting topic to discuss. All these people that believe in the secret, the law of attraction, make the goddamn vision boards. People like Helmuth and Negranu. They're using some kind of like mystical magic, or is it just simply being in a good state of mind is allowing you to make better decisions more consistently? Obviously, that's the view that I subscribe to, is just that it's, you know, just being in a positive state of mind is you're going to make better decisions. As a result of that, karma will favor you in the long run. Or not like a magical karma.
Make a hand, I need them to have something to be able to call. But he was
like a cause and effect karma.
For me, it was impossible to win a hand off of him, other than the King Jack
spitting
hand.
straight facts today.
That was a miracle. Did you see that one?
Oh,
No, I didn't see
shit.
that one. No.
Oh man,
We got a good card,
There's
guys.
so
That was
many.
my
I
one
mean,
moment.
as a viewer, it was like 11 hours, 8 hours. I'm trying to watch. I was trying to watch as much as I could. I
Yeah.
ended up watching, skimming through a lot of it, and then watching a lot of hands that were posted. But
Let me tell you this hand
Yeah,
because
tell me.
I mean I don't remember all
annoying.
the details. But I think I re-raised him pre-flop with the king jack, and he called, and the board came ace high. I bet he called. A turn was like a 10. I think I bet like 175,000. And he called, and the river was a queen, and so I just went this, runner straight, gut shot, insanity. And
Charlie Carroll believes you
bet
can
like 575, and he called me with ace 5 off.
somewhat influence the distribution of
And I finally won
randomness
one
or
hand.
whatever in your favor.
Yeah, one hand, but he immediately racked up and left.
What do you think about that? I mean, people were talking about. I mean, I think that was later into the session though, so I wouldn't say that's a hit and run. But
yeah,
some people were upset that he kept leaving the game. He left the game early the one day, even though I'm coming to find out he had told players he was going to leave early. So, some people were upset about that. But what was your thought as a player in the game when that happened?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's up, like, I feel like there's an obligation to, obviously be cordial as far as how much action you're giving and how long you're staying, of course. But also, I don't know him at all. Like, maybe it's his first time playing. Maybe he's like an incredible player. Like, depending on the answer to all that stuff, I'm going to treat him different, right? Like, if he's a unbelievable player, I'm going to hold him to some high standards of etiquette. But if he's new, it's his first time on, or there's other things going on, like, I'm just going to reserve judgment and say, like, oh, I don't really know what's going on. And that was my answer to that,
Right. So you weren't too offended by that?
Not in the moment, no.
Not at the moment. Well, let's talk a little about that hand that happened with the ace-king suited hand. So, you basically turned the backdoor flush draw, and then the river came, completed the front door spade flush. You have basically, debatably,
agony.
One of the worst hands to actually bluff with, maybe, because you're blocking the backdoor flush draw that you want him to be having when he's going to fold. So, but you didn't block any straight draws. Maybe I don't want to get too
I assure you, I'm not thinking about that.
I don't want to get too strategic about it, but
I am not thinking about what you just described. It's
So
not going through my head.
Well. So what are you thinking on the river? I mean, the guy's been making hands all night. He check calls you twice, and then you go for the overbet river shove.
I'm thinking he has a pair, like an over pair,
Call here,
and I hope it's not queens. And the flush got there, and if I check, I lose, so I'm all in.
Yeah.
It's,
you were just thinking, he probably doesn't have a trips or better. He probably doesn't have I mean, he could have a flush draw, but if he's got a flush draw,
he
then it
didn't
is what it
re-raise
is.
pre-flop like maybe. A couple times. So like I don't think it's gonna be like a smaller pair, and there was a bunch of smaller cards on the board. So I just figured he had a big pair. I just figured
down here I'm gonna bet
the rest of them. I'm gonna try to
check back most rivers.
Turns out queens, I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The Greatest Secret by Earl Nightingale.
How do you like recover?
Oh,
from that? 'Cause
Nightingale.
Most people would
The
wanna,
Strangest
like
Secret.
Action Dan. We saw Action Dan. I don't know if you saw Action Dan, but he got.
There enough opportunity. You have enough bankroll. You're good enough to beat them.
Yeah, he didn't see him again. Shout out to Action Dan. I was really excited to see Action Dan play. I enjoy watching Action Dan.
Put more money on this
I
side.
don't know if you got a chance to play with him, but
I haven't. No.
Put on a good show, and unfortunately, he just like the teacher Steve and Peter got him out. So, but he was out. But
wow.
you were still in. Like, how do you recover from that?
I am lucky. I am skillful, and I will win. Is that your mantra?
You just pay him. I'm like
your affirmations, like
give me another $1 million.
What is that guy's name?
I don't know, man.
Who's that? Who's the self-help guru guy? Tony Robbins. Daily affirmations. I am lucky. I am skillful. I will win. I am lucky. I am skillful. I will win. I remember there was like a Arnold Schwarzenegger biopic. His daily affirmation. He's like, I am bigger, stronger, greater. I am bigger, stronger, greater. I will conquer. I will dominate. I will win. It's my terrible Arnold, man. I usually do a pretty good Arnold, but that was fucking terrible. Jesus. Charlie's way too extreme. That's not how it works. You can't fuck with RNG. You can increase your longevity with how you with how your brain works. Yeah, but it better be extreme in the right direction. It be some milk toast nerd.
I don't know what else to tell you. I'm like, now my, now I'm gonna probably take more risk over the next half hour.
Yeah.
try to do something. But I did when Peter did leave, when I did finally win that hand, I was like thinking to myself, if he comes back, what does he have right now? Like he's sitting on like 4 million or something like that. I missed the opportunity, but my intention when he got back was I was going to ask Feldman for another 3 million to cover him. Because it was the last night of the $1 million game, so I was going to...
How much money does this motherfucker have, bro?
Maybe it would have been inappropriate. But
so funny.
That was my plan. But, they came back with the racks, and
so he was out, yeah.
We didn't get a chance to see that.
Yeah, listen, shout out to the chat here, guys. We are live. What is it, Sunday night, 8:30 p.m. here.
Second night, I got
Nevada, GTO headquarters. Second stream of the year. We got Gabby over here doing stop by, get some great shots of King Keating. I feel like you got some. I feel like this side. But yeah, shout out to chat. Shout out to Caitlin. I saw Caitlin in the chat. I saw my guy Wayne Chang in the chat. Shout out to Wayne, doing a great job with Bally's. Caitlin always doing a great job. Caitlin. And Alan, I know Alan was on their show, the Ace Hole show before.
Yeah,
and,
she's great.
And yeah,
both of them, Nikki and Caitlin. Yeah.
Yeah. You were on the we can talk about the Loose Cannon show another time or a little later. But
Word spiritual masterclass with your divine gift.
And so what was going on with Dwan? What's the deal with Dwan? He didn't play that Friday. What people got to know? What's the deal with this guy? What's happening?
I've only played with him maybe 4 or 5 times. We're in kind of different groups, but what I really enjoyed playing with him where, especially the first day when Steve was there and he was telling all kinds of jokes and it was kind of like lighthearted thing, Dwan and, I and the rest of the group were kind of, keeping it light. That was fun. But Dwan played all 4 days, right? Did he play all 4?
He played, he didn't get in the 4th day, which was some of the controversy. That's
no, he did.
Well, he got in later, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't he start? What happened with that?
I think that was like Rahul came in instead of him.
Got it. And
that's my guess. I don't know for sure because I didn't know Rahul was playing until he sat down.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. But I mean, I was saying when I was in my recap show, I was saying, do I want Rahul in the game and Thomas in the game, or do I want Tom Dwan in the game? I mean, if I'm putting the game together, I'm gonna probably go with the big losers. At the same time, it is like a big show. It's on YouTube. People obviously love Tom Dwan. He's one of the biggest names of all time. Sure. They want to see him in the game.
Let's check it out.
So it seemed to be, kind of an issue. But I feel like once the game got going, he got in there at the end, and he was playing a bunch of hands and kind of, did you guys feel like you guys tangle at all, or do you guys have like a history at the game, or what's your kind of read on his poker?
Oh, I mean, he's a great player. I like being around him.
Sunbacon's guy here.
When it comes to those seats, we're 7 seats.
The fuck is that?
Like, they're.
What the fuck is that?
It's prime real estate, and people want to be in them.
Is that some kind of a pipe or something?
I mean, this is 30,000 people watching. You don't think Feldman's getting 1 million calls about people, even if it's $1 million buy?
I don't even know what that is.
Who doesn't want to be in that environment?
I definitely think the people watching are valid in wanting to see the people that they like, and the people that they connect with, and the people that they know. And, it's all part of that balancing act that Hustler has to, negotiate. And it's really challenging. But, I like him. I'm going to see him after this. I'm going to go over the win and chat with him. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I saw some people talk about on social media. So,
I
guess
pretty much have to call
here. A few players talk about it. I know we're going to try to keep it like, we're about 30 minutes now. We're going to try to keep it 30, 45 minutes. And, we can keep it kind of a couple more things and let Alan
try to show us.
Like in Vegas, you live the best Vegas life, buddy. Every time I see you, like people don't really understand Vegas. They don't live here, but once you like kind of know how to navigate Vegas, it's a lot of just hanging out with people that you enjoy being around, eating good food.
All right, I'll take it.
Poker,
I'll take it.
Hanging out
wooden blocks.
It's
what monks use when they repeat the scripture.
How to move around here.
Yeah,
it's not drugs.
It's just the city
it's not
where
drugs.
Everyone comes to visit, right? So
okay.
I just love that about Vegas. It's you see people that you knew in high school. You see like college friends. You see people you do business with. Everyone comes in once a year. So if you're gonna be here in Vegas. You have the opportunity to go out and, you know, like you said, socialize, create cool moments. Like,
or maybe
pretty
that's how
active,
you
you know, thing to do. But
ingest
it's also like
DMT
where I
or
live.
something.
So when I'm here, I'm flying a lot. When I'm here, I do want to rest too.
Go on a spirit
so
walk.
when people come to your city, like it's a party.
Meet the
city,
poker
you can't,
gods.
You know, you can't
always say yes.
Yeah, you can't always say yes, and you can't treat it that way. Otherwise, you're gonna burn out.
Yeah, I mean that's a big part of living here. Is, you know, I get living where I live. I get so many offers to go out and do this and do that, and then one offer leads to 10. And once you go out with a person one time, they're gonna invite you again the next time, and then you end up in a situation where eventually you got to say no. So,
but
I'm sure you're
I love
getting,
that. I'm a pretty social person.
Yeah.
I like getting to know people, and you know, I feel like there's so much to learn from different people, and you never know where like some friendship is gonna.
I like to sit
turn
at
into
home.
something, and you know, I'm here for that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's run through the last couple of these $1 million game things on my mind, and you know, like one guy that really stood out was Texas Mike. You know, he seemed to have like a heart issue, and I kind of felt bad because he played the first day, put on a good show, won money, and he couldn't play the second day because like he's like, I'm in the hospital, like my heart, like I might fucking die, and I'm like, bro, like maybe this guy shouldn't play, but he came back the third day and he got destroyed. He lost a couple million, and you and him played that crazy hand where you basically snap called $1 million all in with ace queen. And what the hell were you thinking there, Alan? Ace queen suit. What were you
That's a trust the deck situation. You got to keep your eyes out for that kind of
jacking
stuff,
it up.
But
yeah,
you know, kidding aside, it felt like going into the game, and maybe I'm reading it into it too much. He and I have like a similar style of playing. You know, play a lot of hands, try to figure out ways to win them, try to win big pots when you get lucky, right? And so I think people were excited to see us play each other. And when you're both that kind of style, you're gonna run into each other. It's just inevitable.
Right, pretty good.
And I kind of got lucky.
I mean, it's not good, but it's a gutter, you know.
Making the flush with the ace jack of hearts.
Good board too.
Against a straight.
It's a straight. Yeah, it was a crazy hand.
Run out perfect for him to, you know, put that big overbet in.
I'll check back the turn and take my equity.
Just because on the river, I mean, he probably thinks, you know, he puts that big overbet on the river. Some people are going to say, buddy, what are you doing? It's a flush out there. But he's kind of putting you on overpair or, you know, maybe a set because just kind of how the hand played out. He wasn't putting you on.
Yeah, and the reality is I'm the guy who's going to call that way, you know, weaker than most anyone else, right? So like his bet is absolutely spot on. You know, I'm gonna be curious. It's only 1 4-letter word away from, you know, losing the pot. All I have to do is say call, right? Like, you know, if I have the overpair, maybe I suspect he's turning something into a bluff.
Stop down here, 3-bet from the small blind versus button.
Going after me. All these things are possible.
Which he was doing.
Top pair, back to flush draw.
People. He was the guy that was showing down those kind of crazy bluffs on the river that you know, other people like weren't really doing.
And I just got lucky to have, you know, the best possible hand, right? Like, so to answer your question on the ace queen, it's just there were a series of hands where you know, the deck picked me, right?
Thought that was drugs.
And you kind of feel that tension growing between the two of you. And you know, like you just feel it that like something's gonna come.
I don't even know what a butt plug looks like, to be honest with you.
In that hand, there were straddles on, and you know we didn't know how long.
I thought it was like a pipe that was like upside down.
So I figured he's gonna push it. I was up a ton, and I'd given most of it back, almost all of it back, and I was ready to gamble. So you know, I watched Doug Polk's like or it was a Berkey. He said that. You know, when I put that raise in there, I have aces, you know, but like in this situation, it's just two maniacs, like ace, queen of spades or clubs is aces in that moment, or at least, you know,
to you.
Yeah. Feels like it.
Yeah.
You can always hit an ace.
What do you think when that flop comes in? I mean, you're not very like reactionary at the table.
Yeah.
You're very, you know, you're known for always having a smile on your face. You win, you're chilling. If you lose, you're chilling. Where's his demeanor?
No, I never have.
When that flop, like, I just kind of knew I was going to win it. And I think he knew he was going to lose it.
Yeah,
like,
never
like
have.
He was pushing the chips
never smoked
over,
anything, actually.
Head. Like, I don't know. They're just kind of like an energy thing. But
I'm boring.
When the board came out, like before the board even came out, I already knew that it was like kind of not a lose-lose situation, but like a situation where I'm not going to be like really happy no matter what happens.
Table.
Because we're running it once, and
God damn it.
either I'm going to lose and I'm going to have gone from being up 2 million to, you know, down something, whatever it is, and the gates are open. Like, I've seen this before. I could go off for some stupid number now, right? Or I win this hand. He's now down, you know, like 3 million, and, you know, he's leaving.
All 4-bet.
You know, that I'm not going to feel like amazing in that situation. So that's why, like, I was kind of non-reactionary because I wasn't even sure, you know, I'm not gonna be happy when I lose. Then when I win, I'm not gonna like.
That river was a bad one for the 5-4, the queen.
Yeah, so you don't feel that joy when you stack someone and they gotta leave. You don't feel that.
I did on the Rahul hand.
They did on the Rahul hand. Okay.
Yeah, but it was also that was his first buy-in, and you know,
thought,
well, this is probably a fold.
Yeah, if it was his third buy-in, I would have the same reaction.
Yeah, I think that's a fold actually.
Yeah. So I guess there's anything differently you would have done this week, or when you look back, you know, what are your thoughts kind of moving forward with poker events? Because I know you're very interested in events, and we talked about poly market earlier, and you're thinking about betting on events, and you know, it seems like you've kind of been on that cusp. Every time we talk, you know, you're thinking, hey, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do more, because you know that you could always do whatever you want. You know, if you want to do a show, you can do a show. If you want to be more on shows, you could be on all the shows. If you want to throw your own show, you can throw you kind of like you're in the driver's seat in terms of what you can create for your poker experience. So, you know, when you go through an experience like that and you kind of feel that, and you feel 30,000 people, everyone's tagging you, Draymond Green, people post on Reddit, you know, why Draymond Green post Alan Keating on his Instagram? Like, I don't know what you're getting into.
Friends,
like,
that's obviously
well,
why.
yeah, but you're kind of like, you know, and people love it. Like, they want to see you perform.
Yeah.
You know, like your friends want to. I want to see you when I love it when you get to play. I'm like, let's lock in. This is fucking awesome.
Yeah. I mean, going forward, like, I like Feldman and Bertucci, and I'm just comfortable with how they handle things. And so, you know, kind of Hustler's my spot.
Curious what a butt plug
I enjoyed
looks
the
like.
loose cannon. That was fun. There's other stuff out there that I'm thinking maybe I want to get more involved in, but like, what's actually on the schedule right now is in a couple weeks or a few weeks. Did you see that game?
I did see the game. So I saw the game. The lineup. This lineup. I never seen a lineup.
Read the lineup.
I never seen a lineup like this before. I actually do have. I mean, I know what it is. It's Alan Keating, Neymar, the most famous soccer player basically in the world, one of the greatest soccer players of all time. Ryan Garcia, and you know, Ryan Garcia.
Telling what would show up if like Google. Googled butt
he loves playing poker, loves Hustler, you know, the guy's locked in. And then Jimmy Butler, I never seen Jimmy Butler play poker before at all, and he is one of the best basketball players on the Miami Heat. Used to be on the Bulls, and you know, real great player, content creator himself, I think.
Miss you coming in with the sub.
And Ninja's in the game too. I mean, Ninja's getting more in poker. You guys are playing 50, 100. And Alan, you might be the Doug Polka. You might be like the shark of this game.
He must have fell asleep.
This lineup. What's going on with this game? How did this come to be?
You know, so the shark of the lineup.
I might ban you from the game. You might block you.
The shark of the lineup.
You're the shark in that game, bro.
That's funny. So the
wasn't as energized as you thought.
Together is Pedro Velasco. He's another one of the guys joining. He's a good friend. He's who introduced me to Neymar.
Probably should have just folded this.
And we talked about it.
Yeah, it's just such a small size.
The show. He's friends with Butler. Butler was watching the $1 Million Game.
I don't know.
You know,
I mean,
kind of tuned in too.
Normally, it's
you know, they're excited to kind of come together because they all know each other, they're friends, and so we're gonna have a fun game, and I'm looking forward to.
Nice. It's only 12 hands, but his stats are a bit concerning.
How he wants to build Hustler, and I think that what will come of this game will be like an annual kind of like a celebrity event with a lot of promotion around it. Like, I think he was talking about interviewing some of the new players, getting to know them, laying some texture on there. So I think, you know, for them, they visualize $1 million game being their like, you know, annual blowout, you know, thing. And now here comes another show that I think is going to be like the brother sister to the $1 million game for Hustler, and I'm excited to see how it goes. We had that creator game. I think it's going to be like that.
Listen, it makes so much sense. You know, we did that first Mr. Beast game, and you were playing in the game, and I was out there for that, and that was like that really like
we're
showed,
down a bit.
Nobody knew what was possible.
Pretty much
and then all
lost.
Of a sudden, there's 50,000 people watching.
Lost every time we've got
millions of
aces
people
and
tuning
kings,
in, and we're like,
I mean, we're
kind of a
honestly
different
we're
way
just
of
like
thinking about, you know, doing
pretty
these
fucking
like really big
card
poker
dead.
events, whereas before it was always, you know, a big tournament final table or a cash game with Phil Ivey in it or something like that, right? Like we did some stuff at Live at the Bike before with these big weeks, but we really haven't seen that style. And now since then, there's been more creator games. I've been working on the Celebrity Poker Tour, and they've been kind of taking that same concept of bringing people who have these big audiences,
just some bullshit,
in different genres, bring them together and put them together, and let's see what happens. Let's get some poker. So I think Hustlers
like, since I got a bad beat,
basically, you know, they're in the spot that World Series of Poker's in. World Series of Poker doesn't realize it. It seems like to me, and that you
I only jammed all in once tonight. It's kind of a boring session.
These moments.
That time I had queens and the guy folded.
So if you're a person who's looking to say, how do I like, you know, get myself out there in a different way and show my brand in a different way, a big high stakes poker game with a lot of well-known people on a big show, everyone's excited about it, is basically a perfect way to do that. So I think Hustler and you guys, you being involved in that, I mean, you're the perfect guy for that, because, you know, you kind of bridge that gap between poker, between the, you know, the celebrity world, or from the, you know, the high stakes world, and then to the content, you know, because now you've been on the game. People have seen you play, and they know that you. Yeah,
I think Feldman trusts me to like kind of be his, you know, captain on the table. You know, he's behind in the production, but on the table, like when it comes to bringing new players on or some different dynamics, you know, when I lost all that money in the creator game, like, you know, I described, I'm just going to meet this game at the level of gambling that it's at and live with the outcome, right? So will this be like that high stake of a game? Like, I don't think so. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, for sure. I don't know if the full lineup is set yet. I think there might be a couple more people being added that are also very exciting too.
Yeah, it seems.
It's funny. I've been streaming on YouTube, doing the multi-stream thing, and literally all night I don't have a single fucking viewer on there. What a joke! So bad for discoverability, I guess. Jimmy Butler is going to make everyone look like a dwarf at the table. Butler and the 7 dwarfs.
Seems like, you know, people really get excited. I've been realizing this really recently, like, because I mentioned on the post show I did, the name matters so much to fans. And if the fan, like, you played these big pots with Thomas, and like, we don't know Tomas, we don't know who this guy is, he's wearing the mask. It's hard to be that invested in that hand. Like, we might want you to win, right? But if you lose, we're like, why is Keating losing to the anonymous guy? So I feel like once you put a show of personalities that people are like, what is that guy do? You know, there's certain people you're like, Neymar's playing poker at the Hustler. Like, whoa.
Neymar's a great player too. I think people are going to be surprised. He plays a lot of poker. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Better than we expect.
Yeah.
Well, he was grinding on his, like, that birthday video on viral. I think he was playing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he did suffer, you know, like, I think it was an ACL tear So he was kind of locked in for a while, and I think poker was his way of, you know, hanging out with his friends, and while he couldn't, you know, get out of bed, right? But he's on the mend. He's doing great.
Yeah.
He's going to come back strong.
Yeah,
for sure. But that's the beauty of poker, right? You can put a strange group of people together, and
I mean, it says I got 28 views on Twitter.
I mean, that's the amazing part, especially if you're.
I don't know if that means I've got
a game in Vegas where you're basically
28 people watching, or 28 people just like fucking scroll
from
by.
All
I don't
different
know.
walks of society. Like, I met a couple of people who know you. One guy was like a lawyer in DC. One guy was like what was that guy doing? He seemed like the man, an investor. He was this guy. I met this guy last night actually at the Tiger Woods Tiger Jam thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah, I'm with Alan Keating. I was like, oh yeah, right. He's coming to the show tomorrow night, and I was like, oh, what do you do? Tell me about what you do? And he's like, talking about investing, and I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Different kind of world that these guys are in versus poker players. You know, we know a lot of poker guys too. So,
dude, I love those worlds though. Going deep into, you know, different worlds that I don't understand. You know, the investment world. You know, basketball, movies. You know, I've made some actor friends and been on, you know, set, and I consulted for a movie.
On is the live poker of online poker
recently. Yeah. That was super cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I try to carry that like lean into new opportunity attitude, you know, across the board.
I mean, you got to be like that as an investor. You got to be looking for new opportunities. You
a lot of 2K
ideas.
Yeah.
You got to be looking for people that want to create interesting.
Yeah, 2K
things,
would be an 8-hour shift.
Whether it's a business, whether
unless
it's
you're playing some zone,
a foundation, whether it's an event.
Yeah, nothing's gonna like fall into your lap for sure. You got to be out there. Yeah, sourcing deals is the toughest part.
Yeah, I think you mentioned me this one time at an event where you basically said like you're a good connector of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, that's really smart. Like if you have such a massive network of people like you do and like I do, then it's really easy to look inside your network and say, what do these people need? And then how do I match them together? So I feel like you're probably at another level when it comes to doing that.
That is so much fun, right? Like there's a friend's working on a project and he calls me yesterday and he's like, I have this idea. Do you know who could be the other half of this idea, right? So I just kind of go in my Rolodex, start like mentally thinking who would be a good match for this person. You know, what comes of it, who knows? It could be the next big thing, right? Like,
yeah.
That's so fun.
I mean, that's how you put together a big game like this. I think people want to know, you know, how could a poker game like this come together? You know, it takes a few different ingredients, but it seems to me that your mindset when it comes to that idea of kind of like connecting people and building bridges outside of the poker industry and then kind of bringing them into your poker world or your game or your, you know, the circle that you're in is a really interesting way to think about it.
Yeah. I'm just kind of having fun, you know, there's no obvious plan. It's just kind of treat people as well as you can.
Yeah.
Requires lots of effort.
Nothing's gonna last
fucking
forever.
Edit a video.
You know, put your energy into it. Like, actually go for stuff, right? Yeah, that one thing that helped me in this actually two things. One, I was sick, which made me kind of like.
Why the hell can't YouTube just make categories like Twitch?
More, contained.
I don't understand why that's
but
so
the other
hard.
one was I called a friend of mine and he's working on a project and I said to him,
I wish YouTube had acquired Twitch instead of Amazon. Then you could just YouTube and Twitch would be like synchronized perfectly. That'd be amazing.
all right, like he's a poker fan. You know, he loves poker.
All right.
And I said to
oh
him,
God,
right,
look at
watch
this
these
bullshit,
two days.
bro.
And
Fucking
if I win, half of what I win, I'm investing
17-9
in
with a 2% 3 bet.
Right? So after the first day and the second day, you know, that check's being sent out. Yeah.
Oh, wow, wait a second.
So he had like a really fun sweat, right? You know, so
what company you want to tell? You want to give a shout out or anything? You don't really. I like about you. You're not really like shill your bags on your platform. I mean, you could, you know, but you're kind of like. I know you've got a lot of investments. You got an interest in a lot of different thousands of things, but it seems like you keep your platform pretty chill for the. You know, you're not really like out there trying to go too crazy. Not to say nothing wrong with that. You know, everyone's going to be promoting their own way, but you're definitely more like kind of, you know, keep it to yourself, even though you could. Well,
there's some things that I'm like excited about, and you want to share it because you're excited, right? But then the other side of it is, you know, there's some sense of I don't really want to be out there.
We had a YouTube video one time and it got 2 views. Don't know how people do it.
Materialistic.
It's me showing his sports cards
angle where it's like, you know, here's this thing or that dollar amount, and that.
I watched a video the other day. That YouTube has updated its algorithm where it's made it so that it recommends content to new viewers way more than it used to. But I guess I can't just like live stream on it and actually get people to watch. I guess I actually have to, because there's no categories like on Twitch, I guess. Although I've watched like StarCraft videos and it fucking says StarCraft on the goddamn thing, but I don't know how to actually choose that shit when I'm streaming on there to get it in that category. Because whenever I set up the settings for it, it only listed like gaming for the category instead of like a specific game, like poker, for instance. I don't know. I need to do more research.
Equate that to like someone's personal value, you know, like there's something I find distasteful about like nailing down every detail about what you're doing.
YouTube
but
noob.
We're living in this time of self-promotion that's like overwhelming, right? Like it's
crazy.
Yeah, like the platforms, all you know, YouTube, Instagram, like every business has been impacted. You do have to be out there. So I'm not sure how to walk
we got
the
some
line
kings.
of telling people about something I'm excited about, or you know, keeping it to myself, or you know, how to approach all that.
Yeah, I mean that's something that every content creator's got to, you know, once you get that status, because now
Right,
like I was saying, I feel like you really elevated to a different status with this W, because it's different when you're on a stream having a good
Watch him
time,
just fly.
smiling and not winning. Because
Yeah.
people in poker, like, they really value people that win.
Oh, there you go.
And once
I
you
lost
can
every
show
time
people
tonight
that you
with
can
the
win,
Kings.
even though to us it's like, you know, we have winning sessions, we have losing sessions. For you, you have probably a ton of winning ones and a ton of, you know, like, it goes both ways. But when people see you out there shining on the big stage, I feel like that really elevates the way people are going to perceive you and think about you and think about your value and think about, you know, now it's like, yeah, he's the man. Like, he won $2 million in that show. You know, he was winning all these pots. And
yeah, actually, can I add to that? There's one part of it is that I'd kind of engaged my family and been like, all right, you know, please watch this. You know, let me know what you think, right? Over the years, over the last couple of years, and you know, they tuned in for
about 2
some of
buy-ins.
the hustler stuff,
A little over 2 probably,
and saw me lose, like, you know, a lot of money, and the reaction wasn't like necessarily positive. My stepdad's like, I don't think I can even watch this, right? Like, so like on a human level, it was like, okay, well, yeah, I do want to go out there and like this $1 million game, I played my absolute best, right? Like I want to, you know,
Peer
I want
pressure
him to
from
be
his
able to
family,
watch it and
damn.
at least be able to stomach it, right?
Yeah.
Versus the, you know,
Can't let your
probably
family
felt like
down,
the
bro.
first 5 times up, 7 times up.
They're probably like, what the fuck are you doing with all that money I gave you?
I played, I think I lost them all, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of unfortunate because people's perception of your ability, of your life, is shaped around what they see.
It's your
publicly.
family's legacy.
So, you know, they might see other things behind the scenes in terms of maybe the way you live your life, but poker, it's all about results. Like, if you play on a show, if you're not winning, you're losing. Like, this guy sucks. Get him the fuck out of here. He's got a gambling problem. The guy's an addict. Like, that's what everybody. That's what most people say.
Yeah.
Even though you meet the person and you get to know the person, you're like, oh, that guy's actually a very successful businessman. He's living a good life. Like, he's, you know, to him, this isn't maybe not a big deal. But when we just watch people on TV, we don't know much about them at all.
That can upset people too, though. If you're out there gambling and playing dumb hands and losing, you know, that upsets some people because they, you know, think that you're disrespecting the money, or you know, who do you think you are? And so,
does people ever say that to you, like people that you know in your life, when they see you play and they see you make some plays they don't agree with? Are they like giving you slack? Are they texting you or something like that?
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
there's been people who have messaged me, have been like, "Are you all right? Like, obviously, you know, how you're playing is horrific, right? Like, you need to stop playing." Stuff like that. That's happened, but like you said, they only see what's there, and I've had some bad
A
years,
woman
especially
and
recently,
dressed like
I'm not
a hooker,
in a spot where it's
prostitute,
gonna put me out of the game.
Yeah.
So.
Guaranteed million
having
views.
Lost for like 3 years straight, it was definitely a learning experience, because before then I had won for years, and you don't. People either like habitate two sides of poker. Either they're in the game and they're winners, or they play the game and they lose, right? Like, and the people who are, you know, playing the game and they win, maybe they're pros, maybe they're superstars, like they, at least there's a
Vaccine wants me
difficulty in
to
understanding
transition,
what it's like
I
to
guess.
just get pummeled for years,
Become an e-girl.
Right? Like, and I think I've kind of had the opportunity to understand both, so I'm like empathetic to the person who's lost a lot, and I understand the person who's winning a lot. In my ideal world, like
it just happened. I heard we have kings.
No
I walked back to my chair.
Right.
But
interesting. We're getting inside the. Sorry, we were supposed to. Me and Keating talked about like 30 minutes, but we started chatting, and interesting. I'm getting inside the mind of Keating. I mean, it's pretty. The way you think about it, it's very not what I would expect. I guess I didn't know what to expect, right? Because, you know, we've talked a little bit over time, but we've always talked about, hey, let's do a podcast. Let's like sit down. Let's do a show for the fans, and, you know, let's have a deep conversation about, you know, how the fuck you came to be playing 70% BPIP in $1 million games, right? Like, it's really what the fans always ask. Like, what's the deal with this guy, Alan Keating? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, he's like, I'm not really sure what, you know, what he's nice, always been nice to me. Always been respectful. Like, I see him out, you know, he's always seems to be having a good time, likes to host his game, play a lot of poker, you know, has a great relationship, you know, been with your partner now for a while since I've known you. So
girlfriend,
like it's
I corrected
I don't
him.
know, right? People got questions. They are so,
because most people think of like a dude when you say partner. It's like, it's a girlfriend, bro.
interested to learn more about you. How do you think about that? Because you don't put necessarily that much out there for people. You know, on Twitter you post a little bit, on Instagram you might share some of your main highlights, but you don't really give the fans a lot to go with where they can, you know, have answers to these curiosities about you, which maybe adds to the mystique a little bit too.
Only rarely does kind of my excitement about something overflow where I'm like, I really want to share it. You know, like a couple months ago,
the satellite.
Look at that fucker trying to trap. Oh, you guys didn't see that hand? It was off screen.
Right? I was just like,
dude trying to trap
how
up the street.
strange it was to, I guess, setting up kind
all
of
night long. Check.
I was talking to you. I was wanting you to get involved in this project.
I know it sounds like a good idea. I just don't know about satellites.
You were gonna regret the hell out of this one, buddy, because this is gonna change the world for sure. But yeah, I think I even talked to you about it a couple years ago. But a friend messaged me and said, "Hey, I think we have a technology or a way of putting a bunch of antennas
24, you can be whatever you
on a
want.
satellite and being able to communicate with Bluetooth devices on Earth, like on the surface of the Earth."
God.
I was just like,
let's not bring up the Israel
that's a big
stuff.
idea, right?
Jesus
like
Christ.
if your earbuds, you walk outside into the other room, you like drop the call, right? So how in the world is this Bluetooth going to go to space? And I asked my friend, I'm like, do you think it's going to work out?
Yeah. You can definitely be anti-Israel.
Fire money in. We go out and to the desert,
Sure.
get a styrofoam box of a Bluetooth device and a mocked up antenna on Earth and throw this thing into space, you know, on a weather balloon. It goes 100,000 feet up into the sky.
Actually, if you're like
You
in a
track it down
university
to
at
Utah,
least,
pick it up.
University main accepted position is definitely pro-Palestine from everything I've seen.
You know, and we find out, you know, validated
All the
that,
protests
hey,
and
this
stuff.
antenna really can do this, right? And went out, raised some more money, built this antenna up.
It's interesting though. It feels like almost everyone on the left is pro-Palestine. You know, except for like obviously like Jewish people. And it seems like people on the right are like half and half, honestly. From what I've seen. I don't know. It's hard to say though. I think like the mainstream US politicians actually they mostly seem to be pro-Israel. but it seems like, just like in terms of people, seems like it seems like a lot of people are favoring Palestine. I don't know. But it's hard to really know because it's usually just like the loudest people that you hear, I guess, on social media. So it's hard to get like an um, accurate data on that.
Got um, two spots on a SpaceX launched a few months ago.
When identified as Charlie Carroll.
Did it. Put 2 satellites into space and had uninterrupted communication between devices on Earth and space. And, it's when it happened, I'm just like, man, this is such a big idea. The use cases are absurd. This is going to be huge. And it's just like overflowed. And I'm like, all right, I'm posting this.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I didn't post necessarily that like some of the money was raised or the different, so I don't know. Sometimes I just get overflowed and I'm like, oh, you got to see this thing.
Yeah.
It happens every once in a while. But otherwise, I'm pretty quiet.
Yeah. Chilling. Keeping it low key and keeping it mysterious. I mean, I think there's something to be said about that.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to give everybody everything about you. So.
Yeah. I mean, my friends know a lot about what I'm doing, and most strangers are kind of guessing. And there's like some narrative I click around, or someone sends me some link, and I'll see like someone's guess.
Say like 3/4 of people on the right are probably pro-Israel.
Inside, I'm like, okay, well,
actually,
if I'm more transparent or I talk more about stuff, like, all that gets cleared up, and it's like there. But then at the same time, like, I don't want to be living to tell other people how to feel about me or think about me necessarily.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
It makes a lot of sense because then once you start doing that, it's way different life.
All right.
Once you're sharing, your story and you got to keep up the story and it's a whole different way of thinking about life when you have to tell the audience what you're doing and how you're doing it and decisions that you're making and why you're making them versus just making them and keeping it to yourself. And
it's hard to get like a real sample of something like that.
You don't want to share the reasons why you're necessarily doing what you're doing.
Just from social media, like Twitter.
As life goes on, right? Like you're gonna have like ebbs and flows and things.
Twitter's such a crazy place,
and not share, or things happen that you don't anticipate, and it kind of knocks you off your perch. I mean, that happened to me a few years ago, and my thoughts and things changed, and I don't want to get into all that stuff.
Yeah,
and you also want to like give yourself the chance to reinvent yourself too, right? The less known you are, the more you can change.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to me. Like if I want to one day, I want to be a teacher. That's something I want to do is be a teacher. Then you kind of have to start all over. And if you're in the public eye and everyone knows everything about you, you don't want everyone being like, oh, he
on fire here,
blew up in his life, and there he is, doing this. No, it's like that. When I'm doing that, that's because I want to be doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes a lot of sense because most people see a guy who goes from one career where they're making money or they're living a good life or living the life that people dream about to changing careers and going. If they, for example, a teacher, right? If someone said, "Oh, I'm a teacher now," then maybe they give you a good time. Maybe they win it. The internet can be a really savage. Obviously, you've seen these comments, and I've seen these comments for years.
You need to be firing 3 barrels against that guy.
So you never know how they're going to take it. But I see what you're saying. The less known you are, the more you can kind of just.
Well, that's true of you. You're very versatile.
I didn't realize he was a fish. I shouldn't be marking these guys so I don't make mistakes like that.
And your energy's moved from different projects to different projects, so you don't want to be inhibited.
Yeah, I mean that's a big reason why I've stepped back from doing YouTube. I mean, it's my second stream. I could have everybody on in poker basically anytime to do great events or to do a big show or it's not hard to do that if that's the route I want to go. But at the same time, it comes with a lot of I didn't really want to be in the part of the $100 million game. I didn't really want to be out there in front of all those people. Like I'm not trying to draw that much attention to myself. Like all attention isn't necessarily good attention. So I kind of like it where I'm kind of being a little more low key, picking my spots. I got my channels, I got Twitter, I got a little things like that where I can still share a little bit about myself, connect with my fans because I got a lot of you know, the Legion out there. I got a lot of people out there that want to know, and they're like always, they're super hardcore fans. I've just had these guys for some of these for 15 years. I meet these people. So for me, it's a battle of how much, you know, I want to do the Alan Keating style, really. Like, let me go and enjoy myself in the Vegas Strip and, you know, kind of do my thing. But at this other hand, you have your desire to want to connect with.
All right, can we fucking win with Kings once tonight, please?
That you're in, and you know, tell them what you're up to.
For the love of God,
tell everybody what I'm up to, because I don't. That's why I don't like Twitter much anymore, because so many people are gonna see what I'm up to. Like, I don't.
And all that's holy.
All these people that know.
Yeah.
Either way, what I'm doing. So.
Yeah, it's a tough corner. You're in content creation, but also, you know, a sensitive guy that's conscious about how far they want to be out there. Like, you're trading
words
privacy
of Eminem.
For, you know, also
holy or unholy.
You
only have one homie.
The more you're influencing things, the more you're out there.
That's how that lyric goes.
Doing what you're doing. So I can't imagine that balance that you got to walk. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the better you do at content, like the more opportunities you get to do more content, to work with the biggest companies. These things are all, you know, seemingly, are good. These are typical career advancements where you achieve more, you level up, you make more money, you get more popularity, you get better deals. It's easy to say, like, that's the route we got to take, and we should take that. And if we're not taking that route, then we're doing something wrong and we're taking a step back. So, but for me, I try to avoid that, because it's real easy to fall in that trap, especially in Vegas when everybody's got money. There's billions of dollars here. Yeah. You know, it's really, you got to kind of take control of your own goals and how you want to live your life and how you want to be. And that doesn't always need to be about making a lot of money or, you know, kind of doing those things.
So we need to return.
Because if you're going to fight yourself feeling like, hey, if I'm not growing my reach, I'm not as good as, you know, you're going to challenge your own identity in what you're doing.
It's just like poker, really. Like, when I used to play poker, I'd always say, I need to get better. I need to keep playing, keep crushing the players, keep making more money, keep going up the stakes. Like, that's how poker is for a lot of people, where they need to get to the high rollers.
Idea of, like, trying to get better,
you know, a certain amount of money and stuff like that. So I feel like these other games are very similar to poker, you know, investing and
you can't live your life where the amount of followers you have or the amount of money you have dictates your value or how you perceive other people's value.
Yeah.
And that's like really close to, you know, how you have to look at it when you're looking at a lot of the projects we talked about.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, we can talk about that another time, but let's get a couple of things from the fans, and I'm gonna let Alan do his thing and get out of here, because we're starting to lock in over here. We're definitely gonna sit down, let's do like a long one, bring out the nice camera, and maybe like dinner or something like that. Kind of sit down, have a good convo about some of these topics, because I feel like, you know, we could kind of, you know, because you kind of in the same world I'm in, actually, now that I think more about it, where you're in this Vegas world, this whole Vegas like bubble. It's a different kind of life out here. Late nights, all the time, like you said, a lot of people coming to town, gambling, drinking, wanting to go do every single thing is kind of, you know, at your disposal out here. And
cooking fish kind of life, is such a challenge now.
Okay, well, let's just say this is my normal life. Then, well, how would I
marking
make
fish
this
is
the
a
best
challenge
life
now,
I could try to make it?
They can just leave the next hand.
You know, it's kind of an interesting way to think about how to live in Vegas, because you can kind of move around however. You know, if you want to eat dinner at certain places with certain kind of people anytime you want, you can basically.
I usually do really good for like the first half of my session, and then I start like getting much worse at it.
Otherwise, you're just gonna flow with the wind, right? Like, you're saying yes to everything. You're staying out all night. Like, it's gonna lead to an outcome that you're not choosing. That's being kind of chosen for you, right?
I figured out a solve for this, by the way. It's to own the casino.
The Doug Polk method.
I'm telling you, that's my new dream.
How amazing is that guy? I mean,
yeah. What do you think about Doug?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. He went down to Texas. You know, they took over the lodge. They blew up the lodge.
That's amazing.
Vaughn Kings.
Now he's expanding to
San Antonio.
He's trying to expand, obviously, to others. Like, what's your when you see Doug, and, you know, people kind of wonder, you know, what does Alan Keating think about Doug Polk, and, you know, do you guys have a beef or something like that? Because
we don't interact enough to like have formed like a real friendship, and I don't think he like knows me well enough where we could have like some better conversations. If we like hung out more, I think we'd be friends. But, you know, I can only say what I think, and I'm like, okay, man, okay. So he went from one of the best players in the world.
Damn pussies, absolutely.
That's an amazing accomplishment, but opening up the lodge and developing that, you have to learn so many skills, so many new things, right? Like, I just
That
got a lot of
core,
respect
that 4-bit
for
bluff.
what he's done and what he continues to do. Clearly, he's got a vision. He's expanding. He's got an idea of what he's trying to do here, and I think he's going to pull it off. I think he's going to be like incredibly successful, and I just have a personal admiration for people that are kind of swinging the bat like that. So I think it's impressive for sure. He's a great content creator. I mean, his videos are great.
He's definitely one of the best. And yeah, when I really like evaluate founders, he's like one of the best founders I've ever met. I've been working with him for a long time, and just studying together, thinking about things together, and always very impressive. You know what I mean? I didn't really it's funny. I kind of took it for granted, but I didn't really realize it until I started getting outside of my poker bubble. Yeah. And I started looking at, really evaluating other companies. And once I looked at what Doug does in poker, I'm like, man, this guy's like fucking dominated it. Where he was one of the best heads-up players. Yeah. Absolutely. Became one of the best YouTubers and content creators and one of the most influential people. And now he's like building out the Texas, live stream ecosystem and really pushing the boundaries to what's possible there. It's wild. Like if you really take a step back and say like, wow, that is a pretty impressive thing to do. It's like a whole new world in America where this whole like live stream poker ecosystem didn't exist. 5 years ago, it was basically Live at the Bike. And then it was, Poker Go would do high stakes poker. And then that was it. Now there's 30,000 people. Like you guys are doing this Neymar show coming up here. Jimmy Butler in the game. I mean, things have gone to a level that we are not used to in a very long time. So it's I feel like a guy like Doug Polk, he's a pioneer in some ways of pushing that forward. And it's interesting to hear kind of.
I think he's going to pull off some things that, like you said, we 5 years ago we wouldn't think we're here where poker is where it is now. Like I think in 5 years he's going to be a big part of where we're at then, and we're going to be like, wow, I can't believe we're there. Yeah, I don't know what it will be, but I'm impressed.
I'm gonna 3-bet by this guy.
Okay, chat. Let me get a couple of from the chat. Wrap it up here. Sketchy Wet, do you think the post-boom poker world allows people not to buy into their own bullshit a lot easier? It seems like a lot of boom era pros got high on their own celebrity.
Do you think the poker?
It's a pretty interesting comment. I mean, basically what he's saying is that he thinks that back in the day during the original poker boom, the celebrities who got red pro deals and were on ESPN, they basically thought, got high on their own supply, aka they got a big ego, whatever. And then, because it's interesting because after the Black Friday happened, most of those people kind of like dropped off the planet, and you had guys like Daniel and guys like Phil Hellmuth and Phil Ivey and some of these other guys who kind of kept moving forward. But most of those people who got this like stardom, they like I don't even see them. Like I'd love to hear where they're up to. Like I don't really know what they're up to. But people nowadays maybe handle that differently because they've seen other people go through that, and people now are more humble. And they also get.
That's also a thing that you have to be careful of, because if we're measuring them like you're saying, oh, they dropped off because they were big then and they're not now, and maybe they made some mistakes, but you're still measuring them by the wrong metric, right? Like maybe through that process they learned to change that about themselves. Maybe they became like better parents, better partners, whatever. Like, it's kind of a scary thing to,
price rates the ace five suited, get 3-bets.
As far as,
God damn it, it's fucking
like boom era.
Why are there so many nits?
I'm not sure, who
this is not the 100 and L that I remember.
Who's gonna stay, or necessarily what's gonna happen. But
I feel like you're definitely in that kind of category of people where, think about it, right? If you put on a big game and some guy shows up, who's going to get the people excited? Who's going to get them talking? Who is going to get them that they
oh my
want
God.
to see play and want to see
actual animated vagina that opens and closes?
I feel like you are going to be, top of that list, right? Guy like you, Garrett. Garrett's had a lot of publicity. Yeah. People want to see him play and win and lose, right? They've got to know him. They've got an interest in him. And I feel like with you, I can't really think of many other people that are at that point where, and in my perfect world, we bring all of those people together and we have these moments and we have these experiences for the fans. I love putting on shows for the fans.
Agreed.
Too. So it seems like
we should all come together. But I think what you're hitting at is there's people that want to see different styles.
Go for this one, I think.
And it's all under poker.
Might be able to get ace king to fold.
I talk to people and they want to see.
I mean, it's probably just
maybe they don't like how I play. They think it's trash. It's not real poker, and they want to see some, tougher, better players play each other, and that's cool. That's all poker too, right?
Mhm.
Like you kind of got to wrap it all together, but how they interact necessarily isn't that obvious,
Right.
but you know,
that's the world we're getting into now. More fun player poker, more people having, you know, playing a lot of hands. They're not always playing quote unquote GTO. You know, there was a lot of big GTO craze for a long time, and I feel like that still exists in a certain part of the world, but like people have come to see on these live streams, this is nothing GTO about what the hell's going on in these games. Like, no, I don't know what the fuck is going on in these games sometimes. So, like,
oh my fucking god!
Nowadays on
holy
these
shit!
shows is
that is the first bluff I've got through on the river on Bovada in like fucking forever, dude. I didn't even know that was versus like a reg or someone like that. Like versus the fish actually fold way more than the regs. It's funny. Yeah, good old Zervian chat. Oh shit, we got a set. Of course, they just snap fold.
You know, there are spots where you're going to use like, you know, theoretical concepts for your ranges and for your sizes and, you know, how you're going to think about a hand, but you're competing against some people, like you were explaining earlier, like you're just thinking about things differently. Like GTO not always going to work again. It's an idea, but it's not really going to help you in every situation against every kind of player. Actually going to get you in trouble against a lot of players if you sort of take that rigid sort of mindset with it. So that's interesting to me. Like, I love the dynamic of that, and I love the kind of different play styles. And like, think about it, you're in an arena, you know, you're
trying to find
passionate
table,
you're able to kind of like, you know, build a life for yourself in poker, out of poker, that ultimately at the end of the day, you know, that's what you want to do. That's success to you, it seems like.
Yeah, it's I don't know how to enjoy necessarily like the hard parts of poker where you're kind of studying and getting down to it.
Watercolor, John Wayne.
I kind of relate it to chess in some sense.
Had a guy
I
4-bet
chess,
you
but I don't
9-9s
it
in
to
position.
Pull up an app, play. I don't want to watch, like, learn the openings. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just want to, like,
learning openings sucks.
Kind of mess around. And it's kind
of
the
worst.
Same for poker.
That's definitely the worst part of chess.
I want to do it.
I hate that shit. I hate trying to learn openings.
It doesn't really fit into.
But you have to do
like
it if you're gonna play
the highest end stuff. Like I just know that I'm never gonna be like a really competitive player, and I don't want to spend the time to be. And I just want to kind of just have fun with my friends, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But a little off topic.
No, it makes sense. I mean, listen, these are all kind of around, you know, we're all talking about the $1 million game. This is all about $1 million. Like, this is kind of, you know, your $1 million game.
I double thank God. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you flew back and like wanted to play.
Oddly enough, it seems to be like nits and
you're back
and nits and fishes.
I really want to see is I want to see more heads up stuff.
Yeah,
you know, remember I think it was Airball and Berkey had their
love that, yeah.
Only emotes had audio
in
too.
the video of them in
yeah, I want to do like
Bobby's room.
I want to do like the ultimate heads up challenge where you know I find players that want to battle, aren't scared, want to play for a lot of money, and then put on the sickest events around that. Because I agree, I love heads up personally. Like, I love to watch people battle. Would you play people in challenges, or what?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that? Yeah,
I would definitely play like a heads up challenge. I just think there's room to come up with new ideas.
I could get like Vin Diesel and like Fast and the Furious 5 when they're like crossing the Mexican border, and he just like he runs over, he hits that guy with his fucking car, and then he just like jumps out and he's like, pussy. After he fucking kills the guy with his car. Pussy.
Around poker.
God.
You know, maybe people talked about a poker league or something like that.
I just got pitched one. I met with the International Match Federation of Poker. So it's a guy out of England, and they just partnered with Harvard. So they did like a Harvard poker club event, and where the Harvard poker club
had a John Wayne clip saying,
4 or 5,
"Don't ever call me daddy again."
Called like match poker. where they each play the same
Oh, that's
cards
fucking
on
great.
each table, and the scores are like graded in terms of
That
how
would
they
be
do.
hilarious
And then there's
clip.
some sort of system where there is no gambling, and then there's a point system, and the highest team wins, and then they get a prize, they get elevated, they get something, and they have these partnerships with all the different colleges, the Ivy League schools, and they were telling me they want to expand and make a league, and they need people in America to help. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm down to help you guys out, whatever. Like, it sounds like fun to me, kind of, because I'm trying to invest in other ideas that aren't necessarily gambling, because I feel like gambling, it goes to what you're saying. There's serious poker, there's fun poker, there's...
I was watching this clip of this girl streamer playing Call of Duty, and it was funny. She was fucking with people. She made a soundboard of her own voice so that people would know that it was a soundboard, and they would like be calling her out for using a soundboard, and then she would like say something. They would say, okay, well, if you're not she actually had a voice on the board that was like, this is not a soundboard, and she would play that. And like, well, if you're not a soundboard, then say this, and she would say it, and then she would go right back into like hitting the soundboard buttons again, and it was like they were getting so fucking mad. It was hilarious. Like her soundboard, it would be like it was like an e-girl voice saying "daddy," stuff like that, or it was pretty ridiculous. Learning pre-flop is the worst part of poker. That's the easiest part of poker, man. Just fucking well, depending on what site you're on, I guess you could use charts. Yo, some sites don't allow charts anymore. Yo, I'm happy you're back. Yo, what's up, Frank Mayo? Good to see you. And some sites allow like some charts, and not other charts. Like they don't want you using like super detailed charts for tournaments that tell you like every stack size and shit like that, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I never really. I've always thought of pre-flop is like the easiest part of poker. I guess if you're like, if you have leaks pre-flop, your game is like pretty fucked in a lot of spots. So it's definitely really important. I feel like it's the easiest thing to like get quickly proficient in. Even if you're not using charts, you could just like load up GTO Wizard and you can just fucking drill like every position, four table it, get thousands of hands an hour on like every spot, and like very quickly get pretty familiar with like some decent ranges. But I mean, it gets trickier if you're doing exploits and stuff, obviously. Come on, motherfucker! Please don't fold. Oh, you fucking pussy! But yeah, just like like obviously, like after you learn pre-flop, post-flop is like way more complicated. I feel like you could take a player and like if you're really dedicated and you just want to study pre-flop, I feel like you could get decently proficient at it in like a couple days, probably at most. Well. Um, Cats are pretty like aggro looking, but I think I'm gonna call. That's bad. I don't know. It was hard for me to, I don't know, see him having too many ace X's that he can call like with pre-flop that are good enough to be betting that board on the flop and the turn. But obviously that one makes perfect sense. John Wayne is the epitome of America. Struggling a lot when figuring out how to defend versus 3-bet and 4-bet pre-flop ranges. Yeah, I would just open a GTO wizard and just set up drills for every position. I mean, well, yeah, I feel like if you look at the grids, and get kind of an idea, like a rough idea of kind of hands you want to be defending with, and set up drills and save them, and then just run them over and over again so you get a hand of like the edge case hands. I feel like you could quickly get a hang of it. Yeah. At least a month. Know where to 3-bet, 4-bet, with the call versus him. Well, you could just like I'm not telling you to use charts. I don't want to get canceled, but motherfuckers obviously Ignition clearly does not give a fuck what you use. I would say that's what it seems to be the case anyways. They don't even care about the bots on the site, so to me, like in that Doug Polk video earlier, everybody, I mean, ever since I started poker and like pre-Black Friday all through all the years, everybody always used charts. It's like some new like Berkey type solve for Y, wah wah wah. The first time I ever heard anybody even like object to using charts was in the Daniel Negreanu Doug Polk negotiation phase. That was like the first time anybody ever brought it up that I remember hearing about. But obviously, like GG Poker does not allow charts. WSOP.com does not allow charts. So you should not use them on those sites for sure. ACR allows some charts, but not all charts. And I don't think Ignition doesn't give a fuck. So you might as well use them on Ignition, I would say. I've looked on the I've looked at their terms and conditions on Ignition, and they do not say don't use charts, so might as well go for it, you know? Unless you have like an ethical problem with it yourself. Like I know like a lot of guys like Charlie Carroll and CG and stuff, they have like an ethical problem with it. But like for me, I don't care if somebody uses charts. I just assume that they are. Because that's the way it's always been ever since I've been playing poker. And there's really no way to enforce it. So I just assume everybody's using it. And you're basically at a disadvantage if you're not, I would say. Again, follow the terms and conditions of the site that you're on. I think they, I don't know, some of the sites, they may have like software that like, checks your web browsers and shit like that, or like what apps are running. So I would only do it on sites that allow you to according to the terms and conditions, or that or that don't explicitly state don't use charts. You know what I'm saying? Most of the sites the sites that don't want you using charts are very, very explicit with do not use fucking charts, you know? So that's what I would say. But like ethically, personally, like I don't give a fuck if anybody uses charts. I just assume everybody on Bovada is probably using charts, and a lot of people are probably using GTO Wizard and fucking bots and everything else. So charts are like the least of my concern on Bovada, because I'm worried about motherfuckers using bots and shit. Always these fucking nits tonight. Now I don't need any help. Just saying it was boring to study them. Yeah. Rising them and holding the urge not to open wizard. Yeah. Yeah, there's some software you can get that will store your ranges and make them easy to view and stuff that people use that I'm aware of. It's fucking annoying. Everything just fucking. Yeah, that's one thing you definitely don't want to. I never have GTO Wizard open whenever I'm playing, because a lot of the sites do scan for GTO Wizard. Well, actually, I mean, but ACR might scan for it. Bovada obviously does not scan for it, and clearly, from what I've seen on social media, Global Poker isn't looking for it, because all those people where they were, Jeremiah was catching all those people using it when he was playing on there. Still want to be an ACR Stormer. Yeah, if they offered it to me. A hell of a lot of rake back. Yeah, I don't know what they offer now. Last time I checked a couple of weeks ago or months ago, they had taken it down off the website, their payout structure, but before it was like the max payout, um, like a certain number of viewers over a certain number of hours, it's $3,500 a month. And it seemed like a doable thing, so that would be like pretty damn good money. Could stream a lot though. Well, actually, they had a formula of the more viewers you have, the less hours you have to stream, type of thing, to make the max payout. But yeah, you still have to stream like a decent amount of hours. Yeah. ACR stands for wizard, and also ICMizer and some other apps as well, I think. 'Cause I remember like years ago, I was before I was playing, I was doing the it used to be called like Sit and Go Coach, I think, program on there where you take like quizzes of like push fold pre-flop for tournaments. And I still had that up in a browser window, and it made me actually close that window before I could even open a table. Which that was actually like pretty cool. I'm glad they at least checked for that. You just finished 5-bet jamming ace two off. Man, I tell you what, I am just not. My big pairs are just not doing too hot tonight, guys. Too hot. As far as action, anyways. I was really solid playing live. I became a clown when I started online. Online is play money. I actually didn't get a check raise for once. Ever. It's been one of those like stairway to hell nights, like where it's just like fucking down, down, down only. Oh man, have you guys heard of Max Value Poker? It was a training site by Ape Styles and Rob Tinian. Strategy was based around using charts on every street. It's definitely gone now. They charged a ton of people money for a course called The Blueprint. For charts you could use in real time. She played hands. The funny thing, she would have to navigate through all that shit before you time out, shut down with no warning. Yeah, I mean, I assume a lot of CFPs and do tournaments and stuff have something like that going. And they have you sign like an NDA. So if you like tell on them, they can sue you or something. I remember back in the day, he used to be on Ape Styles was on Poker X Factor before Black Friday. Kind of the top tournament training site at the time. I've seen the charts that Razor Edge Poker uses, and they cover a lot of situations. But they do say they do say on that side not to use them in game. Wink, wink. So they're at least covered. I think most of the sites, most of the tournament CFPs, or a lot of the tournament CFPs, they probably like they make it very fucking easy for you to use them in game. But then they say, don't use these in game. Wink, wink. That's the as opposed to the Ape Styles approach that you were describing, where they say use these in game and then they have to get shut down. It's like you give somebody the ability to go invisible and you expect them not to like become a thief or something, right? Something like that. I mean, it's the best example. That's a bad example. Let me think of a better analogy. Okay, maybe you get like if you have the if you had like the fucking Professor Xavier powers to like read someone's mind and you're like playing them in poker. Would you really put the fucking helmet on or whatever? You know, like you don't want to use. Actually, that keeps people out of your head, I guess. Like Magneto, that would be like protection against it. That would take a lot of fucking willpower, though. You know what I'm saying? Like not to use it when it's like right there. That would be the real test of your moral character. But a lot of people, they don't even like see an issue with. A lot of people, it seems like they're able to justify anything. They have that mentality, like in Rounders, where it's like the Matt Damon is like, some people question Worm's tactics, calling them immoral, but some people say it's immoral to let a sucker keep their money. A lot of people seem to have that mentality in poker. All these people that use like GTO Wizard in game and shit. I don't know. Part owner, if it was owned by Rob Tinian. It's cool strat videos because they were cartoons, easy to watch. 500 for it, I think. They lost me on the charts. Dumb question. Using the charts in real time, very frowned upon. I think I think for cash, it's not really that big of a deal. But I think for tournaments, it's a way bigger edge, right? It's a way bigger. I think for tournaments, it's more RTA-ish than cash because for tournaments, you got to know like all these stack sizes, right? And you can have a chart. You can have charts set up for every single stack size in like every situation almost. That's a lot of edge. That's a lot of edge. That's a lot of fucking edge. Whereas in cash games, just one stack size charts, you know, based off of 100 big blinds. So, you know, people can memorize them. Like, if I have charts, I almost never even have to check them. Like, I just have them all memorized now, so I don't even check them. So the only time I use charts is like, you know, like if I've like changed my ranges or something and like, and it's like some specific spot that I can't remember or something, and then I usually only have to use them for like, you know, a few sessions and I start to get the hang of it. Because usually the ranges they're not like super far apart. Like a range for like 15 big blinds and like 60 big blinds is like way different. But you know, just like tweaking your student connector or defends or something is not that different usually. Remember when he got in trouble for using charts or whatever? Immediately thought of his max value training course. Wait, who got in trouble for using them? It's like being a pimp and being loyal to your wife. I'm not sure, remembering it wrong. I don't remember Ape Styles getting canceled for using charts or anything. I don't know though. There was some. The only thing I remember about charts was there was some player that got banned on GG Poker and for using charts, and you know the Berkey Solve for Y guys did a podcast about it. That's really like, I mean, I haven't really heard that many people getting canceled for using charts. Yeah. No. I don't think that many people really care. I think they care like I said, I think they care way more about tournament players than they do cash. And it's so much harder to memorize all that shit in tournaments. It gives you a way bigger edge. Based on stack. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the charts based on stack sizes is a massive edge. Let me see if I can find this real quick. I can show you guys like what he's talking about. Not for that site. I don't have that, but like I have. I'm gonna pull these up, motherfuckers. I'm not playing the goddamn tournament, so these are useless. They'll be trying to cancel me. Let me see here. Find this shit. Yeah, like this right here. It's like the raise your edge thing. Like you can go like open raising, 60 big blinds, 40, 30, 20, button, small blinds. Literally, it's like fold this percent. Um, you know, yeah, like it like you like it's pretty overpowered. It becomes pretty overpowered, for tournaments. It's like flatting and three betting all the different spots, the different stack sizes, calling the rejams, multi-way, even all the multi-way spots. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. Pretty sick. So yeah, like that's I could definitely understand people getting pissed off about. It sounds like even the Ape Styles one is even like way more advanced than that even. But yeah, those are pretty like overpowered if you're playing tournaments, I would say. Because you can look up almost any tournament spot and never make a mistake. And tournaments is mainly like a pre-flop game, so if you're never making a mistake pre-flop in tournaments, like you're way ahead. Way ahead of the pack for sure. Yeah, so many different ranges, yeah. Oh shit, we're getting 3-bet over here. Yeah, no, not many people can, yeah. I think, I watched some of the poker code content for tournaments. Seems like Fader Hole's approach is, you try to get like an intuition of how to think about like what hands you're supposed to be playing for the different stack sizes. Instead of just like rote memorization. How did that not be an ace on the river? I can't fucking believe it. Jam. From the sound of it, Irving was using a chart when he learned pre-flop. Oh yeah. I definitely used charts when I learned poker pre-flop. Absolutely. I'll admit it. I, I literally, I literally, I used pre-flop charts since like everybody used them. Like starting in like late 2005, probably I started using pre-flop charts. Or like even like when I first started playing, I had fucking pre-flop chart. I had the fucking David Sklansky limit hold'em fucking pre-flop chart. Hell yeah. I absolutely used the goddamn charts. Got that guy with the fucking queens. Mini got him. Pretty deep, yeah. Yeah, literally. Let me see if I have the fucking book back here. Oh yeah. David Skalansky. Look at this. I'll show you my first pre-flop charts. Like I didn't even know the difference between like um limit hold'em ranges and no limit hold'em ranges. Look at this shit. Probably can't even fucking see this. Hold on. Go to the bigger camera view thing. Look at this shit. Tight games, 3 to 5 players. This is what they used to look like. They didn't have the fucking fancy ass grids and shit. You had to have the fucking book right there, you know, like fucking flipping the pages. Can I play this hand? Actually, you just like what I you would like flip them over to like a notepad and like write them out type of thing. That's what I did. No ace, no ace. I gotten called on that king's hand. Damn. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I think we're only down like 1.5 buy-in now. We're making the comeback. Forgot how sick those fucking charts are. I haven't opened those in a long time, man. Jesus. Yeah, those tournament charts are OP. Respect more. I could 4-bet that actually. report. No poker books on the table. Hey, they said no GTO widget. They didn't say no poker books at the table. They said no GTO wizard. Totally different. Totally different. Loophole. Fucking loophole. RTA alert. Port. Oh man. Oh shit. Well, I got 2 pair up here. Helmuth's book? You don't have a fucking Helmuth. I think I bought his book on Kindle. His biography book. Not Mike Matisal's book though. Oh shit. Look at this shit. Check raising the devil. This is the next level. This is what's missing in your game, guys. It's the story of how Mike Matisal learned the secrets of methamphetamine to become a multiple World Series of Poker bracelet motherfucking winner. He actually says in the book, whenever he starts, when he uses methamphetamine, he knows what everybody has. It's a little problem that, you know, he plays for 2 weeks straight and loses all of his money somehow. I've got the damn Helmuth book somewhere that's just got like all the animals in it. I don't have it in a box somewhere. He talks about like the eagle and the jackal and all that shit. The elephant player, the monkey. I don't even know if a monkey is one of his animals. Actually being at the WSOP 10K buy-in. You're still there reading the Helmuth book when you run into hands. Oh man, I wish I could find those old like Phil Hellmuth poker black belt. Oh shit, listen. He used to have this. He used to have this Phil Hellmuth poke. Oh my fucking god. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, bro. Content. Oh, it's on now. Y'all about to learn some high quality content. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. Mercy is for the weak.
This is my poker course. White belt to black belt, but first we're
Fear
going to
does not
start with
exist
white
in this
belt
dojo.
stuff. Notice I do not have sunglasses on and no hat because white belt stuff is so basic. I don't even need to move to the advanced stuff. I don't need the advanced props.
Oh my
not
God.
yet. You white belts compete with black belts without getting beat up.
Bro.
My site, I have all of my articles up there, my hand of the weeks, which you're going to be able to download here at this site. And my hand of the weeks are just fun stories about, you know, like when I won a $700,000 condo at Sundance Film Festival, drinking Dom Perignon.
My guess is somebody wrote it
emceeing
for
the
him.
event with 50 movie stars.
Motherfucker can't spell
and just
anything.
in general having a great time. PhilHellmuth.com also has a lot of the products that I sell, and of course, links to a lot of the sites that I'm involved in. Card Player Magazine, cardplayer.com. Card Player Magazine is an industry-leading magazine.
It's a hell of
I'll
a
disclose
degen.
that I'm the third largest shareholder in it.
Hell of a
I only
degen
own
story.
3%, so that tells you how much Barry and Jeff Shulman own, the father-son owners of the magazine. But I bought it myself, and I
How
write
is
for
it
them
passive?
my Hand of the Week articles
I know,
and
right?
some other special stuff. Their website is fantastic because whatever big event is happening in poker, you can go there and you can get live updates. So you go there and you know, such and such just won a huge pot, Daniel Negreanu or me or Johnny Chan or Doyle Brunson or Eric Lindgren. You can
Few
follow
lines
your
at the nose,
favorite
you
player,
start to get loose.
and a lot of these tournaments
Loosen
are
up
5
a
days
bit.
long, so you can
Yeah.
you know, follow it live at the office
Absolutely.
or wherever you are. It's pretty cool stuff. The Masters of Poker website is where I have some DVDs, and Annie Duke has some DVDs, and some other people have some DVDs. Rec.gambling.poker.com. Let me repeat that. Rec, REC.gambling.poker.com, called RGP. RGP has a lot of interesting things happening there. It's kind of an online poker forum. It was really, it's just gotten huger and huger and huger as my books have directed people to RGP, other people's books have directed to people to RGP. The only thing I don't like about RGP is because everyone has an equal voice there, which I love.
Fuck is he even talking about?
Some of the people that have been
Oh, the
known
recreational
cheaters get on
gambling
there and they start
boards.
saying this and that and all.
That was like the precursor to 2+2.
This other
That's
BS.
what he's talking about.
You know, and it's just, it's kind of hard sometimes to, you know, in a forum where everybody has an equal voice, it's kind of hard to hear the haters.
All right,
you know,
let's get to
talking
the...
about all this.
Let's get to some good shit. I don't think it's public domain. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
So there's a dealer button, okay? A dealer button represents whose turn it would be to
damn
deal
it.
as if you were in a home game.
Oh my
The dealer
God.
button is right here. Right to the left of that is a small blind, which we're going to make $5, and right to the right of that is a $10 big blind. We're playing limit hold'em, so the betting rounds are going to be in $10 and $20 increments. It's a $10 big blind, hence it's called a 10-20 game. The first 2 rounds of betting you can bet $10. The second 2 rounds of betting you can bet $20. But the first things first, you always want to make sure when you're in a casino that the dealer releases the deck with both hands right before they cut. That really gives you a lot of, you know, a lot less. You really don't have to worry about anything if that's the
Simulation,
case.
get in here,
And
learn
I'm
how
not
to
sure how
play.
many times in my life I've been cheated. There were a couple
This
of
is
times on a
simulation.
cruise
You'll learn
ship that I was told
poker
I
from
was
the ground
cheated.
up here.
But I really haven't worried about it
The
because I
Helmuth
came along
system.
and won so many tournaments at such a young age without knowing anyone. Anyway, let's get back to Hold'em. The blinds have been posted. The dealer's going to deal. 2 cards face down to each player. Now, the small blind acted first by posting the small blind. The big blind posted the big blind. So now it's my turn to act. My options are call 10, make it 20, or fold. In other words, I can call, raise, or fold.
Jesus
I'm going to fold
Christ.
before 5. Queen 3.
Bro.
Call, raise, or fold.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Here's about the poker animals. This is good shit.
And I threw it all away because
Bill's
it was
animals.
no good teaching Texas Hold'em strategy without defining personalities. Using one play against one player was right. Using that very same play against another player was wrong. So I said, let me kind of describe the personalities, the types of people that you're liable to play against. And I said, further, let me further classify these players, these types, as animals. So I came up with 5 animals. I came up with the eagle, the mouse, the jackal, the elephant, and the lion.
Oh my god.
And I'm
Jesus.
now going to tell you each one of their characteristics. First of all, the lion, who is the
Howard
best
Letter
player
is
in the
Tells
game.
DVD.
His timing is impeccable.
On the TV where you can
He
put
knows
things on the
when to make
table.
the right bluffs. He knows when
The
to
whole
play
set of his products.
kind of weird hands, and yet in general plays very, very tight. And by tight, I mean very patiently. So Lion's pretty patient, but he knows when to mix it up a little bit.
Drills for the penis
For
enlargement
example,
commercial.
The jackal,
Yeah.
who's kind of a crazy player, who I'll talk about in a minute. The
For
lion's
real.
not afraid to get involved in big
That's
talks
definitely
with
the
him.
vibe.
I'm a lion. I have all the chips in front of me. There's a reason why. I'm a player. Our second animal, let's go with the jackal. The jackal is kind of that illogical, we call them in the poker world a megalomaniac.
Marketing, oh yeah.
We've seen a lot of jackals winning World Poker Tour tournaments. They
So
didn't
shitty
get
that
there by
fucking poker
playing
table
a
is.
jackal-like strategy the whole way. In other words, the
He
jackal
literally
plays
couldn't
way
even get
too
like a
many
real
hands,
table.
kind of has an illogical sense about him. When the jackal decides to rein it in a little bit, to play tighter, he seems to crush everybody because everybody's thinking that he's out there in all these crazy bluffs, and they keep calling him down, and he keeps winning all the chips. So the jackal's kind of someone that has an illogical
How did he not
strategy,
even like get like a real
puts in
poker
way
table?
Too much action, but when he gets hot,
for
he's
this
going to bust everybody. But more often
DVD
than not,
set?
the jackal will lose. I'm the jackal.
It's like a fucking.
I'm a little crazy. I have a lot of fun though. Now let's go to the mouse. The mouse is you
It's
right
like the
now.
Walmart
I'm teaching
poker
you
set
to be a
table.
mouse. Why? Because in sitting there and playing really, really tight and playing Phil's top 10 hands, which we'll
The
get into
Dollar
in a
General
minute,
even. The dollar
I'm teaching
store
you
poker
to be a
table.
mouse. You're not going to get hurt when you're a mouse. You get to sit at the table. You get to play a very, very tight strategy. The mouse is kind of like your old Aunt Edna. You know, she throws dollars around like manhole covers. Never bluffs, waits for very strong hands, and is kind of a tough player to play against, really, especially in a limit hold'em game. You're going to be the mouse for a while. Then we have the elephant. What does the elephant do wrong? The elephant is what we call in
I mean,
poker
explaining
a calling
things
station.
in a very Barney the
In other
Dinosaur
words, the
style.
elephant calls way too many bets. You
Yes.
bet, the elephant calls. The elephant's always calling, never raising, is playing way too many hands, and to my way of thinking, the elephant is the worst player out there. He needs to be patient, but he's not. He needs to raise, but he doesn't. The jackal's a better player than the elephant, because at least the jackal makes raises and gives himself a chance to win. And the jackal also builds big pots. So the elephant is a calling station, always call, 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 call. Now, the elephant, if you're an elephant, one thing that you can do is you can start calling with some really strong hands and, you know, and let the other players bet into you when you actually have some strength. Some of the great players actually take that characteristic from the elephant occasionally. Occasionally I'll do it. I'll just call with kings in a limit hold'em game, and I'll let them bet into me every street. And then finally I'll raise it on the end, whereas the elephant just calls on the end. The elephant moves kind of slow. Not really smart. Makes a lot of calls. The eagle. What can you say about the eagle? He's one of the 50 or 100 top players in the world. You see him at the World Series of Poker. You see him in the high-limit side games in L.A., in Las Vegas, and on the East Coast, oftentimes in Atlantic City, or some of the underground New York City games, which basically don't seem to exist anymore. But the eagle is this kind of, you know, great player that swoops down. You know, imagine an eagle swooping down and just scooping up everybody else's chips. The eagle's fairly rich and has made a lot of money playing poker. And The eagle is someone I did not talk about in my first book, or any of my books, or much in my DVDs either. But I will talk about the eagle in the black belt portion of this course.
Oh shit!
I'm an eagle. You'll see me.
Eagle Fang Karate! If you guys seen Cobra Kai, that'll make sense.
At the World Series of Poker.
We're gonna learn Eagle Fang style. Cobra Kai! We'll have to continue this on. I think I'm about done for the night. Almuth is not a lion. That's a flamingo. Jeez. Yeah, I think I'm done for the night.